In the gritty void between the stars, there is no glory, just survival. In the 1980s, Marvel's epic imprint unleashed Alien Legion, a bold, bruising space opera that dared to ask, what does it mean to fight for a cause you barely believe in? Alien Legion was created by Carl Potts, Alan Zelenetz, and Frank Cirocco. The series blended hard-nosed military drama with biting social commentary. It's a kind of Dirty Dozen meets Starship Troopers, but with claws and tusks and jetpacks. In this episode, Steve and I dive into the moral gray zones, the kinetic art, and the unflinching vision that made Alien Legion one of the most underrated sci fi comics of this or any era, and why it still speaks to us today.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Comics Rot Your Brain, the show where screenwriters talk about the comic books that we love, mostly from the 1980s. I'm one of your hosts, I'm Steven Bagatourian.
And I'm your other host, Chris Derrick.
And Chris, we are talking about Alien Legion today, one of the coolest comic books ever published in the 1980s. And this came out under the Epic imprint at Marvel Comics. And it was released originally in 1984. And oh my goodness, we had such a fun discussion about this. And this was originally an episode we released in 2 parts, but I'm very glad that we've decided to make it one big mega episode and to add some visuals and a video to it and to kind of spruce up the audio, because this was one of our early episodes, but I think it deserves a bigger audience than it got back in the day when we chopped it up.
No, you're absolutely right. And I think this is, well, we talk about it in the episode. I'm glad that we're doing this. I think this is a book that everyone should have read.
The marvelous Alien Legion, which is such an incredible series that none other than Tim Miller, the director of the first Deadpool film, he announced in May of last year, Chris, that his next major motion picture is going to be an Alien Legion adaptation. So for anyone wondering why one of the biggest directors in Hollywood, Tim Miller, has decided out of all of the options, all of the things he could have possibly devoted his time to, he wants to adapt Alien Legion. Well, you know what? We got to agree with him, because this is some fucking great material, and he's a really smart guy for adapting this story, and it makes a lot of sense to me.
So for those who haven't read Alien Legion, I'm just going to read a section from a house ad that I saw for how Marvel and Epic were promoting the book. Footsloggers and soldiers of fortune, priests and poets, killers and cads. They fight for a future galarchy, for cash, a cause, for the thrill of adventure.
I love that. I love that. They're fighting for the thrill of adventure and for a future galarchy. I guess that's like a galactic galaxy. What is it? That's like the
Well,
political
it's
organization of the galaxy. I don't even remember. It's been a while since we read this.
yeah. I'm not sure what it was. There's sort of like there's three kind of like factions that are
Right.
all sort of like come together to operate as this one unit. And they obviously have some people some other aliens that are against them that we talk about in the episode.
Yeah. It's so
So
big. It's a huge universe.
huge universe. So now, why don't you give them like a rundown on the background of the book?
Yeah, totally. Thank you. Just a little bit of context for everyone wondering just the genesis and the origin of Alien Legion, because it is quite an interesting story. I'm just going to read a little bit here about the history of the book. Alien Legion is a 38-issue American science fiction comic book series with several associated titles, created by Carl Potts, Alan Zelenetz, and Frank Cirocco for Marvel Comics' Epic imprint in 1983. It features a military unit, Force Nomad, or the Nomad Squadron, which is similar to the French Foreign Legion. Only they're in outer space. And it's a whole bunch of crazy, wacky aliens. So Alien Legion was originally titled The Alien Legion for its first series and initial graphic novel, and it features a military unit whose characters include Saragar, whose lower half is Serpentine. Yeah, he's a big ass giant, snake, half humanoid, half snake. And also, in addition to him, in addition to Saragar, we have the fully humanoid Torie Montroc and Jugger Grimrod, an alien of the Thraxian race. And as we talk about in the episode, Jugger Grimrod is Alien Legion's nod to the grim and gritty dark heroes of the 80s. He's kind of on sort of a Wolverine Punisher kind of a vibe. Carl Potts began developing the character designs and structure of Alien Legion as a sample of his artwork when he was attempting to break into the comics field, which is fascinating because we know Carl Potts, Chris, as an editor and a writer. But, I think less known to people is that he was breaking in as an artist, and he was, quite a good artist, a solid artist as well. And so that is so intriguing that he developed this whole world of Alien Legion as he was trying to break into comics, and he chose to develop an original story and characters to stand out from the competition when submitting to editors, which is actually really
Smart.
ambitious and
Yeah.
kind of smart. Wow. So here's a quote, I believe, from Carl Potts. The original concept was the French Foreign Legion in space, and all the legionaries were human. But then I created the humanoid serpentine design that later became Saragar, and decided that the Legion should include a wide variety of species. This was in the early 70s. By the time I got around to developing the idea further in the early 80s, Star Wars obviously became an influence. The Alien Legion universe is a giant extrapolation of the American democratic melting pot society where different races and cultures work together for the common good while dealing with the pluses and problems that the nation's diversity creates. Okay, that's awesome. That feels exactly what the series does feel like, a giant metaphor for this melting pot of modern Western society. That makes a lot of sense to me. And then the final bit here that I should share is that Potts returned to the concept in 1983 after he joined Marvel Comics. And the series was pitched as a part of the Marvel Universe initially, but Jim Shooter, then editor in chief, approved the idea. And Potts went on to develop the series under Marvel's contract, which was guaranteeing profit participation for new characters. Very interesting. So, a la kind of like a Rob Liefeld,
Yeah. Yeah.
Deadpool kind of
Yeah.
situation there. Potts was going to just get a piece of the characters and they were going to be part of Marvel originally. But then, after Shooter withdrew his permission for the series, which is interesting. I don't know why he did that or why he chose to withdraw permission, but suddenly Archie Goodwin stepped in and extended an offer to instead launch Alien Legion under the, at that time, new Epic Comics imprint. And then it became one of the flagship books for Epic. So that's really pretty fascinating in terms of the backstory and just like everything that makes it to the public, Chris. You see all these junctures along the way where Alien Legion almost didn't happen and like might have got cut off by Shooter, might have got cut off by, Carl Potts going off to be an editor, but instead, thank God, all it takes is one person, Archie
It just
Goodwin.
takes one person to say
Yeah,
yes.
that's it. Archie Goodwin. Save the day.
As we said, this is a relaunch of this video, and in the previous version, Carl Potts himself, he made comments on our video, and he told us that the original, he said that the logo for the original Alien Legion was designed by Walter Simonson. He also told us that Kevin Nolan, he also created a whole bunch of great logos for Marvel too, and that Kevin did the Punisher miniseries logo, the Sword of Solomon Kane miniseries, and the Gargoyle miniseries, as well as Rocket Raccoon miniseries,
Wow.
and the new Strange Tales logo from the 1980s, as well as the Doctor Strange logo that was out in the 80s. So Kevin Nolan, who's a great penciler in his own right, he also had a design background apparently to create some awesome
Damn.
like logos.
That's amazing, actually. I had no idea that Kevin Nolan had such a talent for calligraphy and, lettering as well. I mean, Nolan is an amazing penciler, an amazing inker, and apparently an amazing logo designer. That's just so fucking dope to realize how multifaceted the classic artists from that generation of artists were. The idea that they were able to do professional caliber, like logos that are actually amazing, classic logos. Like the Alien Legion logo is fucking awesome. Like it's a great logo, and
Yeah.
that's Walt Simonson. You know, he's not known for being a logo designer, but
No,
man,
he's not. No,
wow,
it's
that's
awesome.
so cool. I love that. These are great logos, and of course they're hand done, as all the logos were hand done with the books we cover here on Comics Rot Your Brain, because that's how comic book logos should be created, kids, by hand. That's how they look incredible, and that's how they look their best. And I am sticking to that story for the rest of my life. I will take a hand done comic book logo over any machine, any day of the week. Wow. Beautiful work. And thank you so much to Carl Potts for chiming in and illuminating us, like you say, on our previous release of this episode. That was just so cool. And I was so happy to see Carl himself chiming in the comments there. Very cool.
Very awesome. Very awesome. So let's get on to the episode. So, Steve, we are back to talk about a book. I don't even know what to tell you, man. I mean, look. I mean, as we talked in the intro, for this is a fascinating book. But now that we're into it, I want to let you know we've said about a lot of these books that these are like some of our favorite books, right? But this is really one of my favorite books. Like, this is one of my all-time favorite comics ever. Absolutely ever. And it's shocking, having not read this in 25 years probably. Well, since we're reading, this is from the 80s, so it's at least 25 years. Like I was telling you one time offline, it's like how much this book is affected me as a writer, is affected me as a creator. And I think that anyone who has not read Alien Legion, which is the book we're talking about today, the first 6 issues of the original series, they don't know what they're missing. This is ultimately one of the best space opera books that I've ever read in terms of like prose books and comics. There's so much world building in this that it's absolutely insane. And what I wanted to have you talk about, because I read the omnibus and you have the individual issues, and the first issue begins differently with the floppy than the collection. So talk about what we see like in the collection of this.
In the floppies. Yeah. No, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is something, like we talked about, that is so unique about how they start this series off. Basically, the first issue of Alien Legion, which is a double-sized first issue, opens with these official handbook of the Marvel Universe style entries of all these major characters, giving you just kind of like the little encyclopedia breakdown of who these characters are and what they're all about. And it's a really odd just device to begin a series with, a series like just a whole bunch of encyclopedia pages, giving us the 411 on these characters before we even start reading the story. So it's definitely an unusual way to start, but it really does point to kind of what you're mentioning, man. Like the world building on display here is just epic, and it's massive. And honestly, it's challenging to take in. And that's something we talked about too. Just like, this is a very adult space opera book,
for sure.
You're dealing with major kind of political adult stuff that you don't typically see kind of delved into in this kind of detail, particularly, not back then in a comic that's ostensibly published under the Marvel Comics umbrella here at Epic. But this book is like, it's political, it's militaristic, and it's got so much heavy stuff happening. Like, just the themes are very adult. So much of the subject matter is adult. But then you're looking at the characters, and there are these completely bonkers, wacky looking aliens in the midst of these hyper adult, very serious stories. So it's a hell of a juxtaposition.
Well, from my memory of this book, and this book, I mean, the first issue, as you said, is double size. Is written by, what's his name again?
Alan Zelenetz.
Yeah, it's Alan Zelenetz, and penciled by Frank Cirocco. And Ink by Terry Austin. The thing about this
Yes.
book is this book, that, like when it begins like that with the entries of the characters, it reminded me, like, at the time I'd never seen this because I didn't read a lot of fantasy at the time, but
Mhm.
something I noticed more and more is that the author should put these like breakdowns of like the houses or the families or the characters right up in the front of a book, and you'd be reading stuff and you'd be like, who are all these people? And there's two
Mhm.
and three, 4 or 5 pages of like of names and like a brief sentence like that, and then ultimately it would roll into the story. And I felt like that's what he was doing here, because he was going to say, look, I'm not going to hold your hand as the reader. I'm going to jump into this and throw you in something, and you have to be able to start picking things up. And
Yeah.
and he basically, it's like, hey, here's all these people from all these different, like, these worlds and economic backgrounds, and we're gonna throw them all together. And I don't want to, like, like spend time having you to learn about their backstory throughout the story. It comes out in a way when they're talking about stuff, but I need you to know enough about them, just enough about them, not too much, but enough about them, so that when you introduce the people, it's not like so foreign. But to me, like reading it again after 20 years, it all came back to me, like who these people were, where they're from, what they do,
Mm.
like kind of like their personality traits and things like that. And I was like, oh yeah, like this guy's what's the guy's name? Torque Dunn. I was kind of like, I like, this is
Mhm.
the thing I love about this is all these characters are people that later in my life I met people like this. I met people who kind of fit these kind of personalities,
Yep. Yep.
these like these kind of things. And I think that is such as a, and I didn't realize it at the time, and I realize it now, that it was like, this is what is so good writing, and this is what you don't get a lot in superhero comics that much. In the superhero comics, the characters are so, they're mythological in a way that
Mhm.
that they don't remind you of anybody. The villains don't remind you of anybody. It's just like, here I'm showing you like Clark Kent and Bruce Wayne and Mr. Fantastic and Steve Rogers. There's no one like them that you really know in the real
Right.
world.
That's a really good
and
point. Yeah.
and the villains are who they are too. I mean, but not saying they're unrelatable, because they're representing a certain kind of trauma and events and things like that. But these guys, the characters in this, they all feel like people you would know. Like when you go and read this, and you see something like Platoon or see something like Band of Brothers, like it feels like this guy knew how to create those the various shades of people, that if you threw them all together in some life or death situation, there's going to be hell to pay because of their personalities, on top of the situation that they're dealing with, like plot wise, or what their objectives
Yes.
are. And I think that is such, so I feel like he's got to give you that dossiers up front, so you can kind of just like, like, hey, like here's the only handrail you get, because the first issue
Mhm.
throws you in, and it's like, hey, like they're getting shot at and they get knocked out of the sky, and there's no explanation of anything. There's no, like, there's not even like a scene where you like spend like 2 or 3 pages like meeting people that you like, because the first people that you like get shot down and get killed. So it's
Yep.
like, boom, you're out. And it's like such an interesting, but like you said, the politics in this are so cool, because you get politics on the military level, like what that is, and it feels like some real military shit. But you also get like there's like the galactic politics of like
Mhm.
the different like entities, and for a lack of a better thing, like the planets and the nations. And it's like, what I love about this book is that stuff has it like it doesn't affect the storyline so directly, like like in the first one, they're on that planet to protect what's going on, and and they're doing that mission that's like an ecological protection mission, like,
Yes.
and these military guys are down there, and without their standard kit, they got those darts that biodegrade, because they don't want to damage the life forms that are there, or show them technology that's beyond their scope to fuck with them, which is kind of like
Yeah,
the prime
and they've like
directive in Star
they've
Trek,
they've committed to Yeah, they've committed to that, right? Like they won't use their like more modern space age weaponry on this planet because they don't want to violate the biosphere, the environment of this particular planet, and that ends up kind of figuring into the story ultimately too.
Yeah, which is fantastic because and it's kind of
Hmm.
like I don't think I've ever seen a story, a space story that deals with Marines like that.
Hmm.
It's essentially these are Marine kind of like the English is like
Yeah,
Marines like that
sure.
have that kind of like initial handicap. Like, can you imagine like if you took something like the James Cameron Aliens and they were sent there and they're like, hey, look, you know what? There's colonists there, so don't like so we have to cut down the type of weapons we can bring.
Right.
It would make them fighting the aliens like even that much more difficult. And I
Yeah.
think I think that's what makes it such a cool. And there's so much stuff like that throughout all the little stories where it's like, hey, you don't really get to roll at your full operational strength because we're trying
Hmm.
to show because the Alien Legion again, it's like they're not. There's not a real. It's not like a real story where they're doing like aggressive kind of like action. They're there to kind of be like peacekeepers, kind of like the UN peacekeepers. In most of the stories.
Yeah,
That
it's
so
true.
far that we've read. Like they're not like going out on like they're not. It's because this is Legion. It's not like the Roman Legion where they're out like doing conquering activity. I think that's kind of fascinating too about what these guys created, what they did in this. I think you were telling me that the guy, like Frank Cirocco, this is his first like major comic work, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's my understanding. That Frank Cirocco had never drawn a regular comic book series before this. I think he'd done maybe some indie stuff here and there, but I think at the very least, I believe it's his first major comic book for a major publisher, and it's really a pretty astonishing debut. We talked about this a bit offline, Chris, but I'm like blown away by Sirocco's work on this, on these first 6 issues, in particular the issues that are inked by Terry Austin.
Yeah.
Frank Cirocco and Terry Austin, like they create an unbelievable team here, and it's very fully realized art. Like it doesn't feel like, oh, they're just trying to kind of get their feet wet and find their footing for these characters. I mean, reading this first issue, it actually feels to me like from the level of polish and sophistication and thought in the composition, the artwork, even the coloring. The coloring actually, shout out to Bob Sharon. It's got like a really nice kind of muted watercolory palette that is really unusual for comics of that time, but it looks really classy and it's just got a very nice subtlety to it. But the whole thing, it looks to me more like a Marvel graphic novel of that era, like this first issue, than an ordinary floppy comic, because it looks like just a tremendous degree of extra care was taken with this book. And just every page, the compositions, like I love this one on page what is it, page 3 of the first issue, where the ship goes down, it gets shot out of the sky, and you just see these, the silhouettes of these two little alien life forms looking at the in the bottom frame there, looking at the
Oh
smoking
yeah,
ship,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know and it's just such a subtle thing, and it's like it takes up a good amount of space, these like creatures you see from behind, but it's just beautiful composition from Sirocco, amazing inks from Terry Austin as always, and the color is gorgeous, and the coloring choices are frankly unique too. Like page after page there's a lot of just strange choices, a lot of pinks and oranges, and just really like just strong choices being made everywhere with the coloring. But this
Well,
is
what's
just
cool?
beautiful. It's beautiful work though, and I mean it's the coloring, but also Sirocco's composition that just really just jumps out at me like crazy.
Yeah, because the thing about these pages, and we said this briefly before, but I just want to bring it up to everyone because we always say briefly before, but um, um, he does a lot of stuff where he works with negative space,
Exactly. Yes.
which is
Yes.
really, really fascinating. I mean, I remember there was an issue of Daredevil. I think it was the one. I want to say it's the issue like 191 or something like that. Maybe it's 181. It's the
Hmm.
issue after after Bullseye has killed Elektra and Daredevil hunts him down and he's holding him somehow like by like a wire somewhere and lets him fall and breaks his back, right? And
Hmm.
the next issue is in he's in the hospital, like like
Right.
Bullseye is in the hospital, and he gets approached by Daredevil. He can't talk, and it's like all these pages where it's like the pages, like the panel's all white, but this one little thing is colored, and it's done by Lynn Varley. It's this really, really fascinating way of doing that, where you use the white. And the silhouette stands out so strongly.
Oh,
like
it's so
insane,
good.
the work that
it's
they do.
amazing. Yeah, right. I'm so glad you called that out, man, because that's something that look, here's another page too. Just like constantly, page after page, Cirocco just drops out the background for moments of effect, but it doesn't feel like, some 90s artist who just doesn't feel like drawing backgrounds. No, like Cirocco, obviously it's just in the 80s. He's making choices, and he doesn't mind drawing backgrounds and draws beautiful backgrounds, through much of the book. But these are very targeted choices where he's like, okay, fuck all that. I want you to focus on these two characters and their bodies fucking hurtling through the air as they fight with each other, or whatever it is. But just great choices throughout, and really just honestly, like, compositionally, there's so much thought going on here, and you just don't see that in most monthly comics of any era. Like, it looks really well considered, and the artist, I mentioned this to you before, like, that I kept wondering to myself, like, who does Frank Cirocco remind me of? Who does he remind me of? And I just kept looking at it, and I felt like the work felt familiar in a really good way. And then suddenly it struck me like, oh, Walt Simonson. It looks a lot like Walt Simonson to me in a lot of just the best ways, and a lot of the things that I love about Simonson. And it's not identical, but I think that once I thought of that, I was like, okay, I would be stunned if Frank Cirocco didn't say that Walt Simonson was a huge influence of his at this time. And it just, the work feels reminiscent of it. It's got an energy slash design sense that, to me, in the mainstream, like, there's nobody other than Simonson. Like, you could say Kirby or whatever, but for me, it looks so much more like Simonson, because Cirocco's work has this angular quality to it. And it just, that's what it feels like to me. And that to me is a high compliment, because I think Simonson's, obviously one of the greats.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think that I think when people think of Walt Simonson of this era, they're thinking of Thor. They're thinking of maybe his Fantastic Four when he picked up after Byrne. I mean, but this reminds me a lot of his Manhunter work, that early stuff he did in the mid '70s with Archie Goodwin. Those backups I think was it Detective Comics?
It was Detective.
Detective Comics. Yeah, it was in Detective Comics. I think there is a trade for that. So maybe in the show notes we'll put a trade to that Manhunter thing. But the thing I like about it's interesting you bring up Kirby too, because the thing that he does, this is closer to Simonson, but he's even more about this than Simonson is. His artwork doesn't look like cartoony. Like like if you to put those three guys in a row, like Kirby, Simonson, and Cirocco, I think that's the ordering of like who's more cartoony and who's
you're right. Cirocco looks, it's more realism.
There's a realism to that's what makes this book fascinating, because there's a realism to the art that brings you into the world building of the story that is so fucking cool. I mean, this first issue, basically the first issue, like they have to go to this planet to protect what's going on, because there's these illegal, like, these miners who are digging up ore from the planet, and they're bringing down technology that is way advanced, than this planet is capable of, and think they're also getting, aren't they getting like some sort of material that is going to be that is some sort of like nuclear fissile material.
Yes. The nuclear stuff. Yes.
Yeah. The several issues later it becomes important.
Exactly.
It was cool about this comic is that something that happens now in this issue 1, which ostensibly is in the background of what's happening in the story, it does show up 4 or 5 issues later. So it's like these guys plotted out these first 5, 6, 8, 10 issues in a way. I mean, we were at 6, but there's stuff that just keeps coming back. Like, it makes it sense. It feels like what somebody would be doing if they were doing like a really cool TV show today. And I say that really cool TV show because what TV shows won't do today is they won't do a serialized show or a show that mixes serialization with a single episode, because there's episodes in here that are just like, hey, this is just happening now. And then for it might be 2 episodes, 2 issues of that, and then we'll come back to this larger plot of what's going on with the politics and the new empire, the Heartland Empire, which I think is, and like this is what I was telling you before about why this was so instrumental to me as a writer, this type of storytelling more than any other comic. And I say that after coming back to this after 20 some years, is that this type of storytelling in this, it demands that you pay attention to everything that is doled out. Like there's no, I mean, like it's weird, like that. I always tell you when you're writing screenplays, stuff like that, hey, don't give information that doesn't mean anything. Or and people always do just filler stuff all the time. And there's stuff in here that feels like filler, but it's absolutely not, because even the guy who runs the unit, the guy Cirocco, who's like the snake, right? Like he feels bad in this issue because they have to ultimately like use some explosions and use like some modern tech to win. But he's wrestling with it like personally, and they do the cool thing where they run thought balloons. So you hear him, so you hear his thoughts. Like, what do I do? Like, do I let my men die, or do I use the directive that I have? And then ultimately, like the next issue, 2 issues later, he's like up in front of the court martial that he put himself up there for, to say, hey, you know what? Hey, so like I fucked up. If you want to take away my commission, my command, I understand you got to do that. I was like, that's like such smart storytelling, such a cool character to design, to make him in charge of this platoon, but he's not like one of the, I can't think of a guy who runs a platoon who's like that, that we've seen in
you're right.
a filmic story.
He is unique because he's reflective, and like even in like a few issues later, I think it's issue 5, like one of the aliens kind of in his command, like a really weird, goofy looking alien, comes to him and says, like later on, like, hey, Sargar, I'm really worried about this other troop who's like kind of been labeled as like a traitor, by the rest of the crew because he abandoned, this other guy. And now,
right.
Everyone's being really hard on him. I'm worried for his safety. And Sargar is like, get the fuck out of here. Don't bother me with this shit. Like that guy can handle it. He can handle himself. And then by the end of issue 5, that dude gets killed and he gets beaten to death, right? Like he gets killed by the other fucking his fellow troops. And Sargar's like, oh shit. And then the little goofy little alien's like, I tried to tell you.
What's cool about that is that he's not dismissive of get the fuck out of here. He's got some other things that are more pressing in his head.
Yeah, he was busy. That's true.
Which is great because it's a great moment where you're kind of like, oh, I get what happened with him, because he's worried about his own
realistic.
career.
Yeah,
it's so realistic. And it doesn't feel like, you feel like one of the. It's like, I mean, in most other military things that I've seen, somebody who's like this, who commands the respect of his unit, but he has some friction with the higher ups. The one military thing that I can think of offhand is Band of Brothers, right? And in Band of Brothers, like the two guys, like Ron Livingston, and then the guy with the red hair, the fuck's his name, who's in Billions right now. I forget his name now. Someone with Damian Lewis. Those guys at a certain point, like they're part of Easy Company, and then they're not, and then they're back farther in to the like the command post. I mean, on the plane when I was coming back from Chicago, I watched Saving Private Ryan, and it's almost like that Cirocco reminds me of the Tom Hanks character. Like in that, in terms of he's very principled.
That's so funny,
and I think that's the only character I've seen who's a troop leader who can hang out with the troops, but knows how to but is also has his own moment where he's above them, and that's what's a really cool way that Cirocco was created as a character. And what's cool about it is it's I think it was interesting about these characters because he's sort of like the guy named Torie Montroc, right? In terms of they're from wealthy families.
Right. And that is actually fascinating if you think about it. Several of these troops are. And do you want to describe for the listeners, Chris, what Sargar, what he actually looks like? Because
yeah. So if
you mentioned the snake thing a second ago, but people may not realize that you're being you're being very literal.
I'm being little, yeah. So I mean, so what is cool about this is that he's kind of like a centaur, you
Yeah.
know, or he's like a centaur as opposed to so but as opposed to the bottom half being like a horse, he's got a snake. It's a snake
Yes.
tail, and he's got the spikes on the end. So it's kind of like a it's I don't say a basilisk, but
Yeah.
and this the spikes he can like drop him down within his tail and flash him up when he wants to, which
It's a
is
hell
really
of a
fucking
design.
cool too.
It's an incredible design. It's like very,
design.
very iconic looking character. And like, I was thrilled at one point in these issues, in the first 6 issues or so, where he finally used his tail in battle to crush some little robot or something. And I was like, yeah, he's using his fucking snake tail. Awesome.
Yeah,
but it's hilarious and dope. I think it's also funny just to think about how they're playing against type in a certain way. Like, people think of snakes, I think of snakes, and you think of like, you're terrified, you think they're dangerous, snakes in the Garden of Eden, all that. Like, snakes don't have the best sort of, PR historically. And the idea of having this commander be half snake, yet be this guy who has like a tremendous sense of ethics. And he's not, you know what I mean? It's a really interesting choice.
It's a great choice. It's something that, I might have remarked on at the time, but maybe I wasn't looking at symbols as a kid. But now that you mention it, it's like, like Garden of Eden. I mean the ethics, and he's the antithesis of what a snake character would be.
Right.
If you call someone a snake, you go,
exactly.
he's gonna, and he's in command, and you think he's gonna sell out his troops at some time or whatever it is, and he's totally not that. I mean, think of this. I was gonna say, there's, I don't know, maybe issue 3, issue 4. I think it's in issue 2, because there's something that they do where in some of the issues, there's the main story will play out. I know it's in issue 2 and 3, and we're jumping ahead, but it's like, but there'll be like a little origin story of some of the people, or some little side story that's like a backup
story. Yep,
it's a backup story, and they do one with Saragar where there's a moment in one of the issues. I'm pretty sure it's in issue 1 where they're in the middle of a battle and he's distracted. For a half, between the panels, about he's distracted and he like jumps to it. But in the backup story, they explain what he was distracted about, and it goes into his whole background. Like him and his sister, they got all this money and an inheritance, and on their home planet, and they were not living large, but they were living comfortably. But the sister got seduced by some guy, and the guy convinced the sister to steal all of his money too, and just left him broke. And I was like, that's a really fucked up origin story for this dude. It was just, that's what's cool about this too, is that this is why, again, the way these guys design this story with, like, I'm giving you the Marvel Handbook entry about who they are, but that doesn't, it's just the surface of what they're about. Because what you're gonna say?
No, sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please.
So
finish.
It's one of those things where, like as the issues keep going, you start seeing more and more about them. You get more and more sense of who they are, what they're about, in a way that the entry wouldn't do. It'd be not smart to do, because you want stuff to come out within the flow of the story, because it helps inform their choices.
Yes.
It's
totally.
It's really smart fucking writing. I wish somebody had the balls to write this way now in comics. I mean, this came out in the, what, it was 85, 84 when it came out. 84 essentially came out.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's been almost 40 years. I can't think of any space comic that is this well done, in terms of like how dense it is in story, but but I don't mean that in it all like, oh, you should be off put by this, but in terms of like, these guys had so much story to tell, and it's doled out in a really, really smart way so that you can follow it. There is a lot to follow issue to issue for sure. But you feel like these guys had they just had so there must have been like 1,000-page Bible sitting around for them to go, hey, we got all the story we want to tell, which is fascinating for a comic, particularly done at this time when people weren't even doing comics like this. Granted, this was an epic book where they gave people some freedom. I mean, I think that one book we're going to talk about later, like Dreadstar, has got a similar level of like just depth of the
Yes.
world that's built, but because it's one main character as opposed to there is no main character in Alien Legion. Which I think is
Yeah.
fascinating. You
Yeah.
know, and
Yeah.
I
This.
and
Yeah.
I think the only person who I know who could do something like that now would be like Kurt Busiek, because he does kind of something like that with Astro City, and maybe J. Michael Straczynski, because he did the Babylon 5 kind of thing. But I don't think there's any other writers that I know of who are doing comics on this scale. You know, like it's just
Mhm.
I can't think of anybody.
No, those are actually fantastic points, man. I agree. There's a level of like depth and scale, as you say, and just sheer sophistication and ambition that's at play here that you very rarely see in any kind of form or any kind of storytelling. And it actually makes me wonder if kind of piggybacking on some of the stuff you were saying earlier about the way that the backstory is unspooled for this group of characters kind of organically as we travel through the story with them, it made me wonder if Damon Lindelof ever read Alien Legion when he was growing up. Because something about this, like storytelling device wise, actually does remind me of Lost in the sense that and of course, Alien Legion predates Lost considerably, but you're with this group of characters that is like a huge ensemble having a crazy fucking adventure where they're all forced to do really life and death wild things. And then as you get into it, you start having these flashbacks that explain what their previous lives were all about and what they were like before they got to, the island in the case of Lost. But here it's like before they joined the Alien Legion, what was going on in Sargar's life, what was going on in, Torie Montroc's life, all this. But like, I can't think of another show that this reminds me of in terms of storytelling as much as Lost in that specific way of unspooling these mysterious characters' backstories very slowly in individual, almost like bottle episode mini flashbacks that are giving
Right.
us that, these individual members of the ensemble each get their own personal backstory. I mean, that's what Lost did with fucking, everybody, Evangeline, Lily, and Sawyer, and, all the characters
Yeah.
on
No,
Lost.
you're right.
That's what they
You're
did,
absolutely right.
And so Damon, I mean, like obviously, I'm sure there's been other stories that have done that, but it just strikes me that Damon Lindelof was a huge comic book geek and he was reading comics at this time. So, consciously or unconsciously, this may have been something that really affected him also. And who knows, perhaps was rattling around in the back of his mind as he was kind of putting those pieces in place with Lost years later. But I just want to comment also on what you're saying in regard to just the world building and the level of detail that is exhibited here by Carl Potts and Alan Zelenetz and Cirocco and Austin. I mean, you don't really see this kind of detail very often in storytelling, period. Like there are so many alien races, there are so many characters. And I'll make a confession. I think this story for me would have been probably easier to read at a certain point in my life where I was less distractible at times just because of like the demands of life and having an adult schedule. Because this is the kind of book that like as a kid I could see why you loved it so much. This is like a universe that you can immerse yourself in, and in a time before the internet, I mean, I can imagine this fucking comic being like the lifeblood of some kid who discovers it at the right age like you did. Because if you took fucking 10 or 20 issues of Alien Legion away with you on a family trip, you could read those shits like 2-3 times and you would be discovering new things in those comics every single time because there's so much here and you can't get it all on a first read. Honestly, there's just too much shit going on. And there's a level of generosity to the storytelling that I find really just awesome. And it's like, it's exciting to see that. And I love that whenever I experience that, like from any writer, from any kind of storytellers, where you feel like, oh my gosh, they're giving us so much. Like these characters are so rich. There's so much here. Cause like you say, it's the opposite of what we see like fucking 99 out of 100 times.
Yeah. I mean, like I think what you're saying is fascinating about like it's the intensity of the storytelling that this guy gets involved in. It's not that it's dense because dense has always got a negative connotation to it. I mean, to a degree, it's kind of like the Dune movie, right? I don't know if you've seen that yet or not, but
Not yet. I really need to.
but when you watch that movie. But this is better than Dune in a sense because it allows you to go into it allows you to go into the details that movie, because it's a movie, has to, like skirt to a degree, because they just can't focus on so much. And this is something that they wouldn't do on a television show because television just doesn't have the money to create such worlds. Well, that's not entirely true, because on Apple's foundation, they found the money for that, to do something that's on the scale of this, in terms of like there's so much going on, and they're not spend at least I mean, like I watched everything but the last episode of that, but they spend 3 episodes where they don't hold your hand. And I think it's hard for people to get into that show, at least the first episode or two, because that type of storytelling demands your attention. And as much as people want to watch shows and be into them, and they want all this deep stuff and watch these 10 hours and blah, 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 and binge shit. Yeah, I think they want to binge shit, but they don't want to really pay attention to it. They just want to be like in the ride. And this is the thing that makes you go, no. I'll put you on the ride, but I want you to read a book while you're on the ride too, because I got all this, because here's some pamphlets you got to read to understand the ride. And but I mean, and that might sound like, oh, I don't want to read this. There's a lot to read, but if anyone would take the chance to go find the omnibuses or the floppies, the omnibuses are on eBay. That's where I got them. You probably get them on Amazon because they're published through Dark Horse at this point. You will not be disappointed on any level. If you love space opera, if you love fucking cool ass comics, in terms of the art and the storytelling and the page and the whole technical side, the whole artistic technical side is incredible for a book that's almost 40 years old, right? It'll be 40 years old in like 3 years, right? I mean, it's actually shocking how modern this book feels.
It really does feel modern, man. It feels very timeless in a certain way.
I mean, because I think that's cool about it. It's like, because when we read Grendel, which is ostensibly set in the future, it feels like this is somebody who's envisioning a future that would never exist. In terms of where we are now, like the world moved away from this direction. In terms, I mean, it's sort of like that with like, if you watch Blade Runner, like that's a horrifying vision. But now that we've passed 2019 in terms of when that movie was set, there's things in that movie that could never come to pass. But this is designed in a way, the way they built this future, it makes you feel like this could happen, like in a way that Star Trek has that sense of like, oh, it's the future. But the cool thing about this is, if you look at Star Trek from this time period, 80 forces around the time of Wrath of Khan, like it doesn't, like that feels dated. In terms of the design of it, like the set design, everything like that feels dated. And this doesn't feel dated. The costumes, the politics, the weaponry, the type of people, their language, it doesn't feel dated. And that's a really fascinating feat for the creative team to have created something that has got that kind of like this timelessness from and a book that, and it's a book that like people don't know about. I don't know anyone who talks about this book when they talk about the books that are their favorite books from the 80s or the 90s.
No, totally. This book is an object lesson in the kind of comics that we really were inspired to create this podcast to discuss and to cover. Like these books that are shockingly well done, that like no one talks about or no one remembers or is even aware of. And you're just like, what the fuck? Like this was incredible comic booking. This was extraordinary writing and drawing and storytelling. And the fact that the book is not more well known or just discussed more is absurd, because it's an incredible piece of work. And, in terms of the costume design, like that's a really interesting point you're making, Chris, in regard to the timeless nature of it. Because I do think
the costume designs are really like elegant and minimal, but also kind of iconic. Just these like silver sort of chest plates, shoulder plates, and like just like these silver, like I guess like bits of armor that are like
Right.
protecting different like important body parts of the legionnaires. And then you've got black bodysuits under them, and then various weapons, like guns and whatnot, ammunition straps and pouches and shit on top of that. But it's basically some version of the same uniform for each of the alien members of the Alien Legion. Depending upon their body, though, it looks different because some of them are like giant snails, giant like crazy looking weird creatures, frog creatures, squid creatures, whatever looking aliens, snakes. So it's this iconic sort of body armor, futuristic body armor that you can put on any alien form. And it's really smart. Again, just getting to like Cirocco and the thought that went into all this. And I'm assuming it was Cirocco. Maybe it was Carl Potts, because I know Carl Potts also was an artist as well as a writer. Maybe he designed these uniforms. It would be interesting to hear. But
To find out,
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
to find out what the story is. And I think what's cool too about it is that there's a couple of characters. There's Torqa Dun, there's like Jugger Grimrod, who've kind of like they've kind of have those little personal add-ons to their kind of like their Legion armor. Like both of them have those helmets that are not
oh yeah,
regulation.
oh, and like Jugger,
not.
Jugger Grimrod, he's got his helmet. Yeah.
And he's got that secret knife that's in his hand where he can like slide people, and he's got that little like he got that steel frisbee that that's like
right, yes,
which is and the thing this is criminal me, right? It's like this is why I know this book has like because it ran I think 20 some issues in Epic, which means that it was an expensive comic to produce because they couldn't run any ads in it. So it was always like triple the price of a normal comic. But it ran, I think, 20 issues at Epic, and then they moved it over to Dark Horse for a while and did some Dark Horse issues that were these double-sized issues. But the thing is that so there was a fan base that liked this.
I think there were two Epic runs. I think it did one Epic run and then another Epic run, and then it jumped ship from there.
Yeah, right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. But the thing I'm saying is that fucking steel frisbee that's used by Jugger, no one has used that in 40 years in anything else, in any other science fiction comic or science fiction movie. Like no one's how to use that. And he also has that Garrett that he uses to like kill people from it.
Right.
And which is not regulation. It's not regulation.
Yeah.
Which what the thing is that this was a character that I felt is in line with a character like Wolverine, a character like Lobo, a character like Venom, where they felt like these outsiders among outsiders who kind of these lone wolves in a way. And I always felt that Jugger Grimrod was the coolest version of all those characters because he just had this I don't give a fuck attitude, but it never got in the way with him like fitting within the unit. I think that's an interesting way that works for him. He's almost kind of like this. I mean, like a cop who had like a garage and a secret switchblade and like and a fucking steel because he used that frisbee to like crush people's heads and shit like that, like throw real fast. I mean, it's like, goddamn, dude. Like, I mean, and that's not like, it's such a smart character to have, but he's not like overly, he's not too much of a lone wolf the way like Lobo is, or or fucking Wolverine. That's why I kind of never liked those characters when they got to be like so lone left out, because I'm just kind of like, that's tired to me, and it feels like that you're making them to be like a Dirty Harry-esque, the apex of that for no apparent reason except that you just want to show someone who's just who's like chaotic neutral in terms of their operational system. I know you made an interesting point about did Lindelof get inspired by this? It's a possibility.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it just strikes me that he was obviously reading Watchmen and all that back in the day, and that's right around the same time period within a couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
And Lindelof's father, if I'm not mistaken, which was a big comic book reader, And,
Yeah.
this might be the kind of book maybe his dad was into, that he would see lying around the house.
Oh, that's interesting because, I remember he was telling me or he said, I know he said this, but it's like his dad had introduced him to Watchmen.
Yeah, that's right. I read that too. Yeah.
Because he was like I think he was maybe a little too young to maybe have like bought that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that was at a time when they did, at least something that I remember, comic stores kind of enforced that.
Yeah, certain stores totally did.
Yeah,
yep.
That had that parental advisory on it, Because I remember he was saying one time, maybe in an interview or somewhere else, he was like, that was the first time that he saw like a rape in a comic. Was in Watchmen. When it was like, it's not Silk Spectre, but maybe it was Silk Spectre.
I think it was the original Silk Spectre, I believe, was raped by a comedian.
The comedian, yeah. But I think there's like some stuff like in this comic that was kind of like, there's like a level of like, look, this comic predates Full Metal Jacket, right?
Oh, does it? Oh,
yeah, because it's 84, right? And Full Metal Jacket is 87. And in Full Metal Jacket, those guys turn on Pyle similar to that one guy. I forget his name that they kill.
Scob or something. Scob.
Yeah, Scob. Yeah. They think he's like not a traitor. They think he's a coward.
Yes.
And they and they just whoop on. I mean, and he tries to fight back, and they fight him. And
that shocked me, by the way. That shocked me that they killed him. Like literally, like at the end of that issue, I was like, "Whoa, fuck!" Like he's dead. And that was a really sad, like a lot of these issues, these early issues end with really sad endings, which to me feels like curiously and remarkably honest for a comic that's about like war and wartime. Like there's so many of these endings. Like it reminds me of like my favorite old TV show, Homicide: Life on the Street. Like that show would frequently end with the homicide cops in the Baltimore PD where that show was set. They would not catch the killer. And that would be the end of the episode. And like more times than not, that's how the episode would end. They would either not catch the killer or they would catch the killer, but they'd get off on some technicality. And I remember hearing like, Tom Fontana and Barry Levinson talking about Homicide and how they were just like, yeah, the show is heavily researched. And that's what happens in real life. Like in real life, it's not like the homicide cops have like 100% closure rate. There's a whole lot of names on the board that just the cases never get resolved.
Stay on the board. Because I think that was cool about. I think that what was cool about Homicide was they had that board there for them for their murder board.
Yep, the whiteboard.
Some people had that, and there was names on there. When it begins, and there was
seasons.
For seasons. I mean, what's the guy's name? So I forget his name.
Andre Brower?
Not Andre Brower, his partner. Kyle Secor.
Kyle Secor, Detective Tim Bayliss.
Yeah, Tim Bayliss. He has that killing with that girl in the first
That's right.
The first episode.
Oh my God.
They never solve.
They set it up. And it's, by the way, it's so many years later. Like, I think it's literally 3 or 4 seasons later on Homicide that they actually reveal why that case meant so much to Bayliss. And you find out season 3 or 4, you find out that Tim Bayliss's character was sexually abused as a child. And he had this incredible anger and rage and sort of ferocity in when he was hunting, people who had done this to children, because it touched this like deep chord within him. And I remember when I saw that pay off, seasons into the show, it fucking blew my mind, because I was like, did you motherfuckers set this up in the pilot?
In the pilot.
Like, what?
Now you're going to play it off. And, I mean, the crazy, what's crazy is they're saying to yourself, let's hope we get enough seasons till we can pay this off, because back then there was no like season order. I mean, like a show could have been pulled at any time, just like it is now. But it was even. But I think there was more. I think that I don't know, but television back then seemed a lot more cutthroat with shows getting pulled, because there wasn't, particularly in the last 5 or 6 years, like maybe different on broadcast, but that's because because at that time all there was broadcast. Yeah. And it was like, if you weren't good enough, you were getting yanked.
And
And that's the
Homicide
thing,
almost got yanked, I think, every
like
year it was on. It was
every
hanging
year.
by a thread because
And
the ratings were terrible.
on top of that, it was coming on Fridays, which they know was not. It was just all this wild ass shit. But see, again, that goes to the staying power of Alien Legion,
Yes.
because this book ran. I think this book was, and I don't know because I don't have the singles in front of me. I think it came out bi-monthly. I don't know if
Yeah,
it came
it did.
out monthly.
Absolutely. It was bi-monthly, which when you look at fucking Cirocco's exquisite art with Terry Austin, it makes all the sense in the world. Because I don't know how you do this on a monthly schedule. It's too much.
But my point is, there's always that thing about a book that was bi-monthly. It was the death knell for that book, and I think the only other book that I remember that was a bi-monthly book around this time was that first Doctor Strange series, that one that Paul Smith had done art on and stuff like that. Because that one when I started buying it, I think I bought like 59 was one of the first issues that I bought, and I was kind of like, yeah, but he's been around since the 60s. How is the book on like 59? And I was like, oh, it was just bi-monthly. So it really be 120, but for this book to be bi-monthly and to be like double, triple the price of a fucking normal comic, and for it to last for like 24 issues or something like that. I mean, so it's a 4-year run, and that's such an expensive book that it's just a testament to how much the fans who did read this loved it, because they were like, we want this, and we'll pay the extra money, and we'll wait the extra month to read the next installment, and we'll just and it was enough for them to keep it. I bet you this book got canceled because I don't know why it get canceled off the top of my head right now. We haven't looked into research on it, which we'll talk about in the part 2 of this conversation. But I bet you is because if it ran 12 issues, that's 48 months. It's 84. So now we're talking about somewhere in the late 80s, early 90s. That's when Marvel started getting in trouble with its finances. There was that Rob Servations talked about how they were almost in the bankruptcy in like the late 90s. I bet you this, because the whole Epic line got canceled.
Oh yeah. The entire line got yanked. And I think after Archie Goodwin died, and and like you said, the bankruptcy thing and Ron Perelman and all that chaos going on there, and the 90s and Image Comics happening, like there wasn't a place for creator-owned comics at these mainstream companies anymore. And I think because that's the bottom line too with these books, like the epic books, like Marvel couldn't monetize these books to the same level as their normal books, because they were creator owned. And like, that's why Starlin took Dreadstar to first, and like Gru got taken eventually to, fucking Dark Horse. And Alien Legion, like you say also. So I think
Dark Horse,
it just became, I think without having Archie Goodwin there as an advocate for this line, I think it was just really hard to justify its existence, especially when like the stark financial realities of comics in the 90s started to hit. And it's like, I'm sure all the higher up muckety mucks at Marvel were like, wait, why are we spending all this money on these books that barely sell, that we don't even own? Oh, for artistic reasons? Like, we're not doing that. Whose idea was that? No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, and it's kind of sad in a way, because I see look, this is a book that might have been subsidized by all the other books in the Epic line. I don't really know, but I'm sure that here's what it is, right? This book, if it's part of the Marvel contract for the printing, there's probably a discount that we're getting for volume discount. They're doing, hey, there's gonna be this many books that will give you to print, blah blah blah. So so the printer could determine how much money they were gonna make. And I figure, like at places like Dark Horse, they were never able to do the volume of comics to get the level of discounts that you could do to do a book like this. That's why it didn't probably last like at Dark Horse, because at Dark Horse when the book came out, it was like 48 pages or something, or 32 pages, and it was on baxter paper, and I think those issues were like $4.95 at a
Oh
time
wow.
when comics like might have been like $2.25 maybe at the time, or maybe not even that. Maybe I'm not sure what they were in like the early 90s, but this book was probably, the price point on this was probably really high at Dark Horse, and it couldn't go to Image obviously, because Image, the artists, like the books are subsidized. I mean, like the
Yeah.
artists pay for those. What I'm saying, like it's
Yeah.
not like Image doesn't pay you to do that work.
Right. You're not
You know,
getting a
it,
page rate.
it,
Most of the time at Image, you're not getting a page rate. Like
yeah,
almost always.
yeah. I mean, you own it outright, and if your book
Right.
sells, and you get, like the lion's share of it. But I feel like that's why I think there's a lot of guys who are great fucking writers and artists, particularly artists, who fucking never did work for Image because.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that they could financially afford to do a book for like to
Oh,
prep for a book for 3 to
oh,
4 months.
I know it.
You
Yeah,
know,
you're totally right. I've talked to some of those cats too, and like people who are cartoonists and artists, and it's hard sometimes because you're like, oh man, you should own your own work. Like, why are you just doing corporate work? And they're like, yeah, do you want to explain that to my spouse? How I'm going to
yeah,
go work for free for 6 months or a year on the hope that hopefully my book will sell?
yeah, the book
You
sells,
know?
yeah, yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
because
it's a tough thing.
there's two guys. Fuck, there was a guy. What is his name? I'm gonna look this up real quick. I'll tell you this guy's name.
Mhm.
Um, he did a book. He was an artist, and he did a book. Um, who the fuck is this? It was a book. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. It's called It's called Shock Rockets.
Oh yeah, that was the Kurt Busiek Stuart Immonen book.
You're right.
Mhm.
Right. All right. So, Stuart is someone who I fucking always loved as an artist.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
he's retired now. Him or the other guy? No, there was is like there's a Spanish artist named Salvador Roca. So
sure.
it was Salvador Roca and Stuart Eminem. They kind of came out at the same time, and they have kind of a very their style is so great and it's very similar. And I always wish those guys had done some creator owned work, because I
Yeah,
think Shock Rocket's like the only thing that he did for a long time.
yeah, Eminem.
And
That's a good point. I don't know. I'm trying to think. He did some creator-owned work with his wife later, like his wife Catherine. She's a writer, and I think they did some work together that they owned, but nothing that was like a really long run, if I recall.
no, because that guy named Sal Roca. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some, I love his work. I mean, I remember there was a book he did with It was, what is it called? It was a book that Kurt Busiek wrote, and it came out in the. Oh no! I'm sorry. It's you know what it is? It's Carlos Pacheco.
Okay,
Who?
okay. That's I was gonna say. I was surprised that you were saying you loved LaRocca so much because LaRocca's work has gotten very computery, like over the last couple decades. Like he's gotten increasingly kind of just computery with his work,
Yeah.
and
So
it looks
it's not
not as
him.
organic. Okay, okay.
It's not him. It's not him.
Pacheco. Okay, I'm with you.
It's
I'm with you
Pacheco. It's
totally.
Carlos Pacheco,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
who I think he's retired from comics a couple years ago. I think he retired.
Oh, did he really? I didn't know that. Pacheco's amazing. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
incredible.
but he was someone who I would say to myself, why isn't he doing a fucking creator own book?
Oh yeah,
He's
yeah.
so fucking good, and I don't think he ever did
Oh,
one.
oh, you know what he did do? He did do a creator own book. Actually, also, this might have been part of what what you were thinking of, maybe with Shock Rockets, or I guess no, it's maybe Shock Rockets is creator owned for Immonen and Busiek, but Busiek did one with Pacheco called Aerosmith.
Yes,
Aerosmith,
yes,
yeah, yeah, and not spelled like the band, but spelled like an arrow that flies through the air
right.
slash Smith. And it was actually a pretty fully formed world. If I recall, it was like a war story that was set in a world where magic existed. So there was like
Right.
magical dragons plus like dudes in a platoon at war, and it was a really like beautiful looking, dope looking book. Like it was like Pacheco in peak form. And I remember I bought it, and I think it lasted like 6 issues or something, but I think it just never really sparked people's imagination.
Look, I mean, I think this is what's sad, and I know it's a dove time, but I think it's interesting is that Kurt Busiek is a fantastic like writer,
Amazing
right?
writer.
And
Amazing writer.
but I think his only real success outside of Marvel and DC work is Astro City.
Yeah.
I think it's because
Yeah.
Astro City is superhero stuff. People can, and it's like it's that version of like Marvel's, but its own kind of thing. But there was a book that he did. I don't remember the artist. It was called Autumn Lands.
Oh
That is fucking amazing.
That's incredible. It's Benjamin Dewey is the artist on it, and he's incredible too.
It's amazing.
That's a stunning looking book.
I was talking to him on Twitter the other day, maybe 2 weeks ago, and he said they're coming back with some more issues of Autumn Lands. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
But it's been like 5, 6 years, 7 years.
It's a beautiful book.
You know, but that's an example of a great artist, a great writer, and their books didn't hit on the way that you need to be. Like the guy who makes the stuff work really well for Image is Rick Remender, right? Like he does, his stuff always really sells. But I'm not taking anything away from him, but I think that his work is more popcorny than I think than what the stuff that Kurt Busiek did.
I think Busiek's work to me is much stronger from like a writing perspective. Busiek is like a masterful world builder, and he's great at dialogue, and he's great at character. Like Busiek,
emotion. I mean,
he's masterful.
I remember that there was issues of I think Astro City is coming back too, but I remember that first run of Astro City, like. There was that guy who was like the Jack in the Box character.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just like some of the issues and the stuff he would come up with. You just be like, dude, like, where is your brain? Because it's so fan-fucking-tastic.
Yes.
And I just feel like that's like it's the crime of comics that don't fit within the mold of what people like want to read. And like again, because like you were saying with this, like this is a book that if I gave it to you as a 13-year-old now, I don't know if a 13-year-old now would like this because this is demanding too much of his attention.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think for a lot of people, kids and just people, they might find this book to be too confusing, but also kind of like dry and adult in a certain way because it's so realistic. And it's more, but to me, it's more like if you spend time with this book, you fall into a rhythm with it where like you feel like you're just kind of living in this world with these characters. And it's a very subtle form of storytelling. Like you say at the beginning, you know, we don't get to meet these characters in a traditional sense, like other than little encyclopedia pages. Like we just jump in like it's episode 19 of a story we've been watching forever. And I think for some people, it's just too big of a leap to like the amount of attention required to like go into this world.
Well, yeah, because I think we talked about this one time, maybe last time we were talking about something about how like Saga, right? So Saga is a book that issue 1 is the premise pilot of that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, hey, these people, they have a baby. They're warring factions. People want the baby because blah, blah, blah. And this story takes off. This doesn't do that at all. Like this totally rolls, like you said, like it rolls like a Hill Street Blues type of story. But because it's not like a cop precinct, there's a lot more there's a lot more weight of story that you have to keep handling. Yeah. And the thing is cool to me. Is cool is they don't let up. Each issue is like
it's relentless, dude. It's fucking. Oh my god, yeah, it's fucking relentless. And the more you read it, you're just like, oh my god, like more characters, more shit to take in. And it is like Hill Street Blues meets Platoon in outer space, you know, which is fucking wild. It's like it's a great idea.
But see, the thing about it too is that's really interesting, and this is something that has like affected how I write. So I'll tell you about this is why I know what this is because if you think about how this, you know, hold on for a second. Why is this working? I just want to write down what it is. Hill Street Blues meets Platoon because there might be because I'm going to pitch this to someone because I think someone would love this. I mean, somebody would.
You should, man. You really should.
But
Jerry Bruckheimer tried to make it apparently for quite a while.
Yeah, but as a movie, I think
you're right. That's the wrong form.
I think it would
totally wrong.
Jump. But see, this is like every issue. I'm looking at it now, right? Every issue does this thing where it begins with a character that doesn't have anything to do, not every issue, but the first few of them, it begins with like, here, let's jump into the world, show you something that's set in the world.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the main characters.
Right.
You know, and even in issue 1, like the first people, like the, you know, there's the like the Legion ship gets blown out of the air, and you follow that one guy down, and he's like going, oh my god, and you think he's gonna be the star of this at least of this episode or this issue, if not the series, and his whole platoon gets killed by that guy who's like the pirate. And you're like,
yes,
whoa, and it's like 4 or 5 pages before you jump to that you meet like Nomad Squadron, and you're like, oh, here are the people that are going to follow actually. And to me, that kind of like, it's I was thinking of calling my production company Misdirect. Because so like a magician, he's got to misdirect you with the story. Because that's how I like stories. I realize it because it's like this. It's like, I'm gonna see part of the world, and then we get to the people. Yeah, as opposed to let the people interact with, let your character interact with the world, so you see it through their eyes. I mean, and I think that's. I mean, look, this book done today, or this book done as a TV show or a movie, it has to. I mean, not that it has to, but people would demand the executives and everyone like that your main character has got to be somebody. It's like their first day in the Legion, because it's like, hey, you show me a world I don't know anything about, so give me someone else who doesn't know anything about that. I mean, what's that show? I don't really like it, but I remember it's an interesting pilot. Scandal, right?
The Kerry Washington show.
Kerry Washington. That show begins with some girl who just got out of law school or switching to work for Kerry Washington's character, and she meets somebody at this recruiting meeting. And she gets hired, and she gets brought into them, and there's a case that's happening as this, it's intercutting with the case of the episode with this woman being hired. And it's like, oh, she's brought into this fixer law firm, and she knows nothing about it. And we, the audience, like learn about it as she's learning about it. She's the new person. And that's a very typical way to bring you into a world that you've never seen before. And it's usually these little niche worlds and stuff like that. Like obviously, like a law firm we know, but a fixer law firm is different. So how does that really work? What's the difference? And I think that's what these guys don't do in this book. They don't
give you that.
Don't care.
They don't give you that. Nope.
That you need help to understand.
Yeah.
And and look, if you're listening to this, you might feel like, well, fuck these writers, man, because they're helping me understand the story. You're absolutely wrong. You'll love every page of this comic. Like these first 6 issues that we read, we're talking about now. You'll fucking love every page of this. I mean, and there are some dense pages in terms of like dense like language and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
But it's so beautiful, and it's one of those things where it's like the artist guys did such a great job with like how they design the characters that it doesn't feel like we're trying to be crazy to be crazy. Because if you look at like Star Wars, sometimes those characters are designed just to be crazy, like, well, because we don't know what else to do. But it's like, but this book comes out in the wake of Return of the Jedi, and there's and every character in this feels like it could have been in a Star Wars like movie. But Star Wars people like weren't smart enough to create characters to look like this, like the character designers. And even now, Book of Boba, which I just watched the other night, which I don't think people should watch.
The Boba Fett show,
it's terrible, so bad, so bad. Which I might talk about on the rant room next time I do one of those.
Oh shit, I want to hear that.
But I just feel like these guys did. I mean, look, obviously, enough is interesting too. Like again. You were saying like the politics and the real world. I think it's issue 3. Is it issue 3?
Oh, good. I'm glad you're mentioning this. I want to talk about issue 3 actually, and the backup story is also fascinating. Go on.
Is it issue? I think issue 3 is that the one where those terrorists have kidnapped the person, and they or is that issue 4?
Let me see. Issue 4 is actually issue 4, I think, is the one that might be my favorite issue, which is the Torie Montroc solo issue,
Okay,
where he's having hallucinations and stuff.
Okay, yeah. So it's issue 3 that they're there to protect. There's like some little conclave between like some people, like some UN politics shit going on, right?
Yes.
And the thing that's interesting about this is the terrorists, they kidnap a guy and they switch his brain, because they are pacifist terrorists,
right? Yes,
and they don't want to like commit any real crime, like any explosions, any death, or anything like that.
They don't want to hurt anybody.
They don't hurt anybody, and I'm just kind of like, that's a really cool, like design too. Like they're like, how are we gonna do that? How are we gonna do that? I mean, I'm not gonna spoil how it fucking ends if people need to read it, but it's a really cool fucking way. It adds another level of like obstacle even for the villain to succeed at his plan.
You're right. It's so unique and it's so creative. The idea that our villains are pacifist terrorists who do a fucking brain swap rather than kidnap and potentially hurt people or explode a bomb somewhere.
Because what's cool is those people. I mean, but again, that's the issue where the politics fuck with the Legion. Like the Legion can't get a win in this. Like they.
It's one more sad. It's a sad ending. It's a very sad ending.
It's
like almost every issue ends with like fuck. Oh, they're dead. Oh, they're dead too. Like
but what's cool? The thing that's cool about it is what's cool about it is you know it's not just a sad ending. It's just like it's a disappointment ending for them. Like they don't get a big win. No one dies. But I think what you want to talk about is the backstory in this.
Yeah, the backup story is wild here. And like you mentioned the one about Sarikar earlier. And then I think this is the second backup story they've had maybe now. And this one is so interesting, man, because like they do something with this backup story, and I think with some of the others that I can't remember too many comics doing ever that I've read, where they take like incidental moments or incidental characters from the lead story. And then kind of like you said with Saragar, where they took that moment where he got distracted for like a flicker of a moment. And then in the backup story, they told you what he was thinking of and what he was remembering. Here, it's like the issue ends, this issue about the terrorist, it ends with like a newscast where like the very last panel of the main story says area residents identify the dead male as Gribbets, a down on his luck gambler who frequented the cabaret, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like a newscast about some alien who got killed outside of a cabaret. And you're like, huh, all right. And then suddenly you get this backup story that's all about this random dude who got killed outside of this cabaret. And then you find out that dude actually was integrally involved in the story itself, which is wild.
No, it's
sorry. I'm just wrestling my cat away from the computer so she doesn't make noise. But yeah, and that character who got killed was actually this dude, the shady dude who tried to like plant a bomb and like, kill some of the legionaries because he was trying to make some money by betting against the success of the Legion at this like cabaret / gambling parlor. And he placed a bet that these legionnaires who I guess it was being reported on the news that they were out to catch these terrorists, and he bet that the Legion was going to fail, and so he went to go kill them so that he could then win his bet and then get out of debt with the local gang lord. And it's like, it's fucking nuts. This is a whole parallel storyline going on in the background of the main story, and then at the end, you get a backup that tells you all about it, and you're like, oh, that's wild. But it's just this extra layer that's just like 5-6 layers deep all of a sudden.
I mean, it's so dope. Like this little backup story was so dope to me because you read it and you're like, who sabotaged their ship when they're flying there?
Yeah, you don't know.
In your mind, you're like, oh, I know no one likes the Legion, but what is this? And it kind of sets them up in a weird way. And it's such a, I mean, again, it's like you said, like this is something that this is such a lost type of story. Yeah, because it's so lost and not early season, it's middle season lost when they're with those the others on the other side, where it's like,
Oh
if
yeah.
you saw someone in the background of there who did something stupid, and then you rolled back and showed what they were doing. I mean, it's such a weird backup. It's a cool backup, but just like what happens in it, like all of it, like your boy named Torqa Dun, he's winning all that money, and the
Oh
dude is
right.
like, "How the fuck did he win all that money? Who's this guy? Like,
Yeah,
like,
one of
what's the
the one of the
trick?"
Legion
You
one of the
know?
Legion is there. He's gambling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's such a crazy. I mean,
It's
I don't know.
wild.
That was so smart.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
That's a
smart. It's
great
just
one.
like it's a different way to tell a
Oh
story
yeah. Yeah.
that people wouldn't. That's how it was. Is that it's a discussion I have all the time with my brother about movies now. It's like I don't know if people know how to be dope anymore because they're not around enough dope shit
Hmm.
to really, this is what it is, right? I'm watching this thing with him, there's the DP named Darius Wolski, who
Hmm.
shot Last Duel, shot The Martian, shot Prometheus.
Wow.
He's shot Crimson Tide with
Sure.
Tony Scott before, so he knew Ridley's family for a while. But he was saying that part of what he works so well really is he's seen all these movies from the
Right.
70s when he was growing up, that when he noticed, like, and he was like, oh, and he would say, we're going to really, like he and I we catch each other on what a reference is. Something we're doing, like, oh, it's remember from this movie, oh, from this
Yeah.
movie, oh, from this movie. And he was saying there's very few filmmakers that I can do that with. And I realize, but he says a lot. He says, he's like, look, it's not that I'm calling him on a copy. It's that I'm saying, hey, when you're young and you're learning your craft, that you ingest all these images and movies and stuff like that before you start working in the field, that that inform what it's kind of like a subconscious thing for you. And I know that a lot of people, I remember when I first came out to LA, people had a hard time watching movies that were pre 1980. So anything
Mm.
pre-80 was kind of like, I don't know what the hell that is. And that's partly why I know Quentin Tarantino got such a charge, because he cherry picked stuff from movies that the general movie audience had no reference point of at all.
Right.
And now in the last 5 to 6 years that I've met, people don't want to watch stuff before the year 2000 that much. So again, there's this like drop off of like all this amazing work that no one even wants to think about into reference. And I
Yeah.
feel like nowadays, same thing with comics, like everyone is doing
Yep.
comics that is referencing stuff that's au courant, except for these seminal works like a Killing Joke or Watchmen or Dark Knight Returns or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But these books from the 80s like this, like I can guarantee, I'm not going to guarantee you, but I would bet you that most big comic artists, I mean, like the people who are big now who are new, like
Yeah. Yeah.
Scott Snyder, or the guy who
Yeah.
wrote Thief of Baghdad, no, Thief of Babylon, um,
Tom King.
Tom King,
Oh yeah.
like
Sheriff of Babylon. Yeah.
yeah, like I'm not sure if he would have read this book or know
I
this
don't know.
book,
Yeah, it's a good
you
question.
know.
Tom King may have, because I think Tom King has pretty strong like geek bona fides. Like I think he read a lot. But I'll tell you, like I was talking to a very big comic artist, like a major Marvel Comics artist, and I don't want to throw him under the bus on the show, but he's a really cool guy, a really nice dude. But I was just talking to him at a show a couple of years ago, and I mentioned to him that his work reminded me in some of the line work a little bit of P. Craig Russell,
Right.
and he looked at me and he was like, you're like the second or third person to say that to me at this show. And like, I got to admit, I'm embarrassed, but I don't even know who P. Craig Russell is. And I was like, wow, like, and this is someone who's like, young up and coming artist. He was probably like in his late 20s, early 30s at that time, but he was like one of the big up and coming artists at Marvel DC. Like he was a major artist, and it kind of blew me away. And he's a brilliant artist, but it blew me away that he wasn't even familiar at all with P. Craig Russell. Like,
It's
and
I mean, look,
that's shocking to me.
I mean, look, there's a big genre executive producer that I know, and he and I were talking, and I mean, he's older than me. He's probably like 53 or something like that. So he's considerably older than me.
Yeah.
But he's a big, comic fan. Always talking about this stuff. He's written some big comic shows. He's all this kind of stuff. And he was saying something about how he didn't know that Thanos had a brother named Eros. And I said to him, I was like, you don't know about Jim Starlin's work from when he was working at Marvel? And he was like, oh, it's a blind spot of mine. I'm sorry. I was like, wait a minute. You were like a teenager in the height of your comic reading years when that stuff was being published.
Yeah.
And you have spent your whole life like working in genre television.
How is that a blind spot for you? That's like if you or I said like 80s comics were a blind spot for us. Like,
yeah, it's like how does that make sense?
What?
I mean, I was like, dude, of course he has a brother named Thanos. Like, you're not gonna create a character named Thanos and not have his opposite be Eros. You're just not gonna do that. Like, doesn't make any sense. I mean, look, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you think about it, it's so smart on Starlin's part to do that.
Sure.
But, because I remember there was a character in Spider-Man 2099, which no one talks about either, but that's a great series, series.
The great Rick Leonardi.
Yeah, great Leonardi with Peter David on those. That's one of Peter David's best comic stories that no one ever talks about. But he had a villain named Thanatos in there. And I was like, oh, and he was like, and again, it was like, oh, that's a smart choice to make as a writer because you're tapping into like some archetype stuff that the world like would respond to in a way that doesn't require like a lot of explanation. Yeah. And that's like the Eros thing and the Thanos thing. It's like, yeah, that's what you would do if you were going to create a Thanos. You would need someone if he's the god who worships death, you gotta have the god who worships love. You gotta have that. But I feel like they missed out on using Eros in the Marvel movies somehow. Now that I think about it, but again, that's like the level. I don't know. That's just like this book in terms of like what it's trying to do storytelling wise. You could do this today. Like if somebody big was doing this today, this book would sell and people would love it. Yeah. It would probably take, I think if you did this today, each issue would maybe be 2 issues today, because you have to
easily. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, like in the world of like post-decompressed storytelling, I mean, these are dense comics in the best sense of the word. Like I would just call them highly immersive and full of information, all kinds of information, visual and story. Like there's just a lot to take in. And also, before I forget to comment on it, something else I just want to make sure that I mention as we talk about this book is that I feel like I've said this about a number of the books we've discussed in our early months here, Chris, but I gotta say, these covers by Frank Cirocco are just gorgeous. Like Sirocco's work on the covers, he brings such a strong eye for composition and design, like to such a level that was unusual in comics, particularly back then. But so many of these covers are just beautifully composed, and they just look iconic instantly. Like I'm looking at the cover for issue number 1, the covers for issues 3 and 4 are just stunning. And if you look at cover 4 is so good. It's amazing. That could be a poster.
The cover of 4 is so fucking awesome.
It's incredible.
Look, I told you the one for issue 1 definitely was a cover, or that inside.
It was a poster.
Yeah, that one. But the inside little finest piece too, where it was white.
And the little like inside. There was like a total poster on like one of the early pages. And that was beautiful too.
I think 4 might have been a good. But look. The logo design, I think it says it says title illustration by him. So I'm not sure if that means that he did the cover. Does that mean that he did the logo design? The logo design is off the chain too. It's really cool because it's kind of like the alien's futuristic. Yeah. But the Legion is more of like
Yeah.
it's like
Wait,
a
who's the logo?
modern.
Who's the logo credited to? Does it say Cirocco did the logo or no?
Well, no, I mean, what it says title illustration by him, and I don't know if that
Hmm.
means the cover or if that means that he did the logo. You know,
I'm guessing
whatever.
he did. I'm guessing he did not do the logo because it seems like that was usually the purview of letterers back then. Like Todd Klein did a bunch of logos and stuff like that. So I wonder. I don't know if Jim Novak would have designed this logo, but I would be really curious because you're right. It's a terrific logo.
But it's but the thing about here's the thing, right? This guy's covers.
Oh, they're
Because
so good.
most of them are painted, right? They
Yeah,
look like
yeah.
they're gouache or
Pretty
watercolor or
cool.
something like that. I don't know what they
Yeah.
are. But at that time, like nobody was doing painted covers.
No,
You know,
not at all.
except like you said, those early Marvel graphic novels like Death of Captain Marvel
Yes.
and which and anybody who has read or who likes the Marvel universe, you need to hunt down that Death of Captain Marvel, which was probably the first.
Oh yeah, Death of Captain Marvel. Oh
first,
man.
like it's the first like major graphic novel.
Oh, get ready for a good cry. You're going to read that book. It's very emotional.
Story, great, but I think that was a painted book. The interiors are painted the same way that issue 1 of this is painted, but the covers on this are all painted like that.
They're stunning. And the first, I think the first two covers are, I believe, Cirocco by himself. Or no, wait a second. No, Austin. It's Austin too. Okay. So yeah, Austin actually is inking them over Cirocco. And then I'm guessing, I don't know if it's Bob Sharon doing the color or if Cirocco is doing the painted color here. Because you're right. They look painted, but yet Austin's
they're
inking
totally
them.
Painted.
Maybe Cirocco.
Totally painted.
Cirocco might be painting them himself. That's my guess. But look at like issue number 3, Chris. Like the cover for issue 3, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members of the Legion here in battle with gunfire just whizzing across the cover, and every one of these 5 alien Legion members is in a different plane of like, you know, the actual foreground versus the background versus the middle ground. Like they're all situated in a different place in a different area to the point where each one of them successively is like getting smaller and smaller going back. And yet the gunfire, and if you look closely, you see like even some like spaceships whizzing across the top of the logo. Like just the attention to detail is just stunning, man. These covers are all like just masterclasses in cover illustration and design. I just had to say that.
That's what I think that title illustration credit means. That he painted and drew these, and then I bet Terry Austin just did ink on it just to give it like an additional pop, because there's a level of like there's a level of line work that might have been hard to do as a painter.
Yes.
At the schedule that he had to do these.
Totally. And I think the only one I'm seeing now looking at them again that Cirocco might have done by himself is the cover to issue number 6. Issue number 6 is credited, like, I think only to Cirocco. I just see his name signed on it.
Right.
And it's another beautiful cover. Another beautiful cover. But I think you're right. Having Terry Austin ink those early ones probably gave them a little extra pop.
Yeah, but you want to talk about issue 4, and issue 4 is the one where we've been saying earlier, where there's the character, what's his name, Scob, who gets killed because he leaves.
Oh yeah,
because there's a lieutenant, this guy named Lieutenant Torie Montroc, who is sort of similar to Saragar in terms of he's got these ethics as a hero, or not a, I never seen a hero. He's ethics as he's like one of the squad. He's a lieutenant, so he's got some command of, and he's got respect of the troops, but he's always in there with them. But this issue, he gets left on the battlefield. He gets shot. They're trying to take some island. He gets shot and he gets left on the battlefield, and he's kind of hallucinating because of the wounds he has, and his hallucinations take you back to his backstory.
Yeah, this was so clever.
It's such a smart, cool. I mean, this is the lost episode.
Yeah, it really is, right? Yes,
this is the lost episode.
That's what I'm saying. You're right.
There ever was one.
Oh my God, it totally is.
Because and what's really cool about this, what I think the thing I love about this is that the transitions from the current happening to his past, like that first one, right, where he's been shot and it's like there's and he's like stumbling up to his head. And it's like his head, it's like, and it's one of these cool panels where there's like there's three images, there's three distinct images going on at once, but there's no panel break on. It's just like, and it's just a white background out. Where it's like him. It's this really kind of fucking amazing composition.
It really
brings
is.
him into his past in a way that you're like, oh, this is really cool.
Gorgeous,
like,
gorgeous composition.
And he's repeating something in his head about stay awake, stay awake, stay awake. And that line or something like that, I can't remember exactly what it says. Oh, yeah, like it's what brings him back to memory with his dad. And you realize that he's from the aristocracy. But his dad also served in the Legion too. His dad's like, I want you to spend 5 years in the Legion just like I did. So you recognize the value of money. And what's really cool about this character is, and it's sort of like, is it Prince? Who's the current Prince of England? It's Prince Andrew, right? It's the guy, not Prince Andrew.
My knowledge of the royal family is very minimal.
I know, like the one who's bald and the one who's the firstborn son of Diana's son, right? He actually served in Afghanistan. Was part of the British thing. What's interesting about him, it might be different because they probably, but Torie Montroc or Montroc, whatever his name is, he doesn't behave like a rich kid.
No.
I mean, because look, in almost every other version of, there's a rich kid who's a hang out with the scrubs of humanity.
Yeah,
he's a bitch who gets treated like an asshole because once they know he's rich, they what I'm saying, like he's not. This is great writing. It's like he's won the respect of all his troops.
Yeah,
and again, like I was mentioning, it was like with Sergei, but again, it's kind of like he's a lot like Tom Hanks's character in Saving Private Ryan, because part of his character is he's never told anybody what his background is. Right. But there's that pool. Like, what do you do? What do you do? Because he doesn't reveal what he's a teacher. But I think it's like in this, it's like, well, I mean, it's unexplained what he's doing when he first came in, and he's obviously got to a high post. So he's
competent.
His dad has raised him right,
yes,
in terms of his ethics and his moral compass, but he wants him to like test his mettle before he gets the money.
Exactly. His dad says to him in this flashback where they're riding like alien horses as like rich members of the alien aristocracy do. They're riding these alien horses, and Dad says, first, before you can do all this other shit you want to do, first you need to experience danger, adventure, round out your sheltered upbringing. Besides, if the Legion was good enough for your father, it'll be good enough for you, young man. Patriotic service is a noble and respected calling among the aristocracy, and life's a sham without some values outside the simple satisfaction of your own ego, son. And so you see, like, Torie Montroc, his father is no joke. He's a rich guy who's tough as nails, wants his kid to not be, some lollygagging rich kid hanging around doing nothing. He wants his kid to really grow up. And I got to say that in that flashback, like going into that, Chris, like that moment you mentioned where Torie gets shot, I got to say that this is incredibly good use of thought balloons. And thought balloons, of course, are somewhat archaic and considered passé in this modern world of comics today. But I got to say, these thought balloons, man, like what a clever and really haunting way to depict the thoughts of someone who's just been shot in battle. Because his thoughts are, whoa, Vic, 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 like the alien, like lasers, like these little sound effects, Vic, Vic, Vic. The lasers hit him, they pierce his armor, and suddenly his thought balloon says, "Oh, it can't be happening to me. No, it's the others. It's the others who bleed, who die. Here running. I hear them racing." But just having those thoughts, like, no, it can't be me. It can't be me. It's the others who die. Like, wait, no, what the fuck's happening? Like, that felt so believable to me. Because, like, we all think that. We all think we're immortal, right? Like, we all think, like, everyone else gets fucked up. It's not going to happen to me. And it's like, anytime you get really injured in real life, like, that's the kind of thought I feel like people have. It's believable. You're like, oh, fuck. What?
I'm telling you, the fucking Zelenetz is off the chart good writer. What's cool is that you see the other leads, because at this point they're like retreating, right?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and he gets shot during the retreat. Those
Yeah.
other legions are, I mean, they're running away into the horizon, and it's on that white panel, and they're like getting smaller and smaller, and that's the sound of them running, which sounds like the horses. I mean, that's
the
what I mean,
horses, and that's the horses. That's the transition to the horses, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like the transition that they do in this, like the arts.
That's
like,
brilliant.
Like, it's such a brilliant way that he does this. You know, throughout this episode, it's these flashbacks back and forth between what's happening to him now, you know, and what's going on with him. I mean, there's that moment where he's trying to escape from that little like. He's down in like the dirt somewhere, and he's trying to get out of that hole, and he jumps up and he flashes back to like when he's like playing some sort of basketball type of game.
Right.
And it's like, I mean, and that's the roar, and that's like the
transitions are great. The transitions are so good,
so smart, and it's like, and it's an interesting thing that people do if you know about like pre-visualization. You know, there's a lot of times like you take a moment that you've done something successful and put it in your head to do something like that again. I know how to do this, and it's like that's what he did here to escape this thing. It's such a smart use, like again you said about what's believable about humanity is how he's written this episode.
Yeah,
and it's so fucking cool.
It's so cool, it's so fucking upsetting and haunting for real. Like when Torie Montroc finally hits the dirt and he passes out. And it's like, boom, he goes down in the mud. The final thought balloon, it's all run together as one word. And he just has his last thought before he's out is he thinks, oh my God, I'm dead. And that's it. And then he's gone and he's out. And then he's hallucinating, you know, when we see him next. But it's also believable. And then even the character of, I think it's Scob here, who ultimately is going to get killed, who sees Torie Montroc dead in front of him. And then Scob's thought balloons are, he bad wounded, because Scob's like a bird alien who speaks in kind of like inverted speak, and he says he bad wounded, but I all alone. Enemy soon scout battlefield find me. Legion prisoners is of no value. They kill me, except maybe if I have officer's identification, enemy not kill me then. I cannot save both lieutenant and self, and he near dead. I take his ID plate and gloves. And in that one page, Scob signs his own death warrant with his fellow legionnaires, and without even knowing he's doing it. But as a reader, I think you're right that Zelenetz is so brilliant as a writer, Chris, because as a reader reading that, like, I know that's the wrong thing to do as a soldier in the middle of a battlefield, etc. But at the same point, hearing Scob's thoughts, like, I can understand it also. Because like Scob's thinking this dude's gonna be dead in a second, and like what's the point in both of us being dead? Let me take his shit so they don't kill me. Like I get the thought process.
Well, see, it's. I mean, look, this is again because look, this guy. This what I love about this comic is people make these choices that are ultimately selfish choices. Like in the first episode, that one guy who was his first time out on Legion, like he went and ran off, and they thought he had deserted and stuff like that. And later on, that guy named Dirge, like he's like this tank type of, he's like a thick, short, he's kind of like Puck from Alpha Flight type of character. And he wants to be able to move faster, so he's taking something that's kind of like amphetamines and shit like that. And it's like they make these decisions that are really human decisions, because look, because at this point in the story, we know they've signaled a retreat, and Scob is left here alone. So he's basically been abandoned by everyone else.
He got fucked.
And he's like, what do I do? This guy's dead. If I try to carry him, then we'll both get killed. They'll just shoot us up, because you know how they'll see someone who's wearing the officer stuff and shoot him, or they'll save him because you're worth something. So he makes a decision that is a super cowardly fuck decision.
Yeah.
From us outside. But like you said, the flop balloons allow us to, to sympathize with him. And there's a thing too, like if you didn't have thought balloons and you did this as captions, like on the caption boxes on the side the way they do now.
Yeah.
Well, and then the difference is, then the writer has to write that in third person and say what Scob is thinking. Because we're never gonna get in his head, because usually in those. Yeah, unless it's like a Sin City where all the captions are someone's internal thoughts, it's like I feel that this page wouldn't work
You're right.
if you didn't
Yeah,
have thought
you're
balloons.
right. That's such a brilliant point. You're such a brilliant point, dude, because I hadn't really thought about that so specifically till you just said it. But like the word balloon gives you the opportunity to kind of give like a mini voiceover to each character, right? But you can't do that as a storyteller with just captions, or if you do, it's going to be more likely to be awkward and unwieldy. Because what are you going to do? You're going to give 9 different characters fucking voiceover captions? Like that's going to be hard to parse. Whereas a thought balloon is so much more elegant. And you can because you can just do a couple of thoughts, and that's it, or whatever. And like a situation like this, like Scobb's not narrating the story. He doesn't need to narrate any other scenes. We just needed to know what he was thinking at this exact moment.
Right. I mean, and also, like you said, like when Torie's dying or he's been shot, those balloons in his head about this can't happen to me.
Yeah.
You know, that again, if you put that in captions, if he's narrating it, see the thing that it's like it's part of what happens in movies too, where we evolve with what the conventions are, and certain things that got overused, people don't want to use anymore. But it's like those are effective tools if you know how to use them the right way. Because the thing is, if you were to give captions to Torie Montroc in this, then you can't really jump around to the other scenes where he's not in them and then use captions, because it's like, wait a minute, that device is or you jump in between first person and third person throughout the thing, and it's like there's a device that you can use, thought balloon, which would solve the problem of letting you know how scared he is, because you can see how this would be if it was. I mean, that one page that transition page on the previous page, you couldn't do that well with any other form but thought balloon. Number one,
you're right.
Know? But yeah, I mean, but see now what's cool in this issue too is that guy named Zerod, who's he's like a kangaroo-esque type of character, I guess.
right.
You know, who reminds me of one of these guys who's he's he's an old dog soldier who's always got a story for every little. Hey, remember the time that this happened to me, or y'all weren't there? I was on something live. I mean, again, there's always someone who's like that. There's always referencing some old shit from their life. It's like, motherfucker, I wasn't around when you did this, And it's like, but it reminds me of people that I know who always got a story about their life, And he's not trying to be like egotistical, which is why he's kind of endearing with telling a story. But but he's the guy who always got a story, and that gets a little like it gets a little grating, and he writes it in a way that people know that he gets grating, and they shut him up at the right moment where he's okay. You run, you've talked too much right now, which is really fucking awesome. And then it rolls out the rest of the story and he goes back and has this. It's like Torie Montroc wakes up in this sort of like crater, and again he's having flashbacks to when he was. I mean, he's this actually isn't a flashback. This is like a weird kind of like imagination vision.
Yeah, he's like hallucinating.
His dad.
Yes.
And he's like, Dad, like you fucking, and he kills his dad. He shoots his dad in the dream because he's like, you sent me here to die. Like I thought I was gonna come back and be cool and get my money, but now I'm not. And it's like a really cool it's a really cool like a hallucination more than anything, whereas the other ones are actual flashbacks. Yeah, I mean, and he's trying to survive, and the guy Scobb escapes,
It's an amazing issue. It's really an amazing kind of like self-contained issue. It's like the first issue that really focused on one character to this extent. And to me, it really stood out for that reason. I was like, whoa, shit. And, this was like, oh my God, like we've kind of spent so much time with all of them that it felt wild to just have like a solo kind of Torie story / flashback. It felt very kind of, kind of compelling in a different way. Like they really switched up the style with issue 4. And then you get another solo story in the backup of that, the kangaroo alien creature you were mentioning, Zerod, where we find out about his backstory, which is actually quite fascinating and really surprising, where Zerod came from and his own history. And it's a really, super jam-packed, like little 7-page, whatever it is, short story where you find out a lot about this guy's history and how he was, he was a major political leader himself at one point on his planet. He was a general. He was a general, and he was like, involved in some crazy shit. And you're like, oh my God, this guy lived quite a life before he got to the Legion.
Which is cool because again, it's like, this is why I love it, because it's like all these people, their backstories, they're not like you would think. Foreign Legion, these guys are all runaways or fuck ups or whatever it is, but it's like
No, not
no.
at all.
I mean, he is a fuck up in a degree because of what he did, but he had this big life. I mean, he's a general and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, oh, and then he made him, and oh, he said he got soft by being in a position of power or authority too long, and he wanted to be back and be on the ground, and because that's where the action was. I mean, what's cool about this is again your boy Torie. He has another hallucination where he meets the woman that he was in love with,
Oh, right.
and he like and she does, and he looks all he's decayed and stuff, and she's like, I can't be down with you, and then she dies. Either he kills her or she just dies, and he get like by some creature that's shooting him. There's some demon that is, again, it's his own demon is getting after him, not really like a demon really, but it's really, again, it's the transition is he's stuck at that beach where some creature on the planet is trying to eat him. And so the transitions between his hallucinations, flashbacks, and to what's happening in his actual space time is so smart, so fucking genius.
Yeah.
And then and that next page is when Zerod he comes across with Scob, and the thing is that Zerod, see, Zerod's the one who recognizes the dude has stolen his like his identity papers and stuff like that. So he's the one who kind of squeals on him. But they save him, and then he has another little flashback, and I can't say here's again, I don't know if this is I can't tell if this next thing is like an hallucination or it's actually, oh no, it's a hallucination because look, he's survived death, goes back to see his parents, tells his dad and the woman he loves, look, this actually like has made like a man out of me doing this. And then he wakes up in the hospital, the MASH thing, and he's being like he's being cared for, but
it's a very abrupt. It's an abrupt ending all of a sudden, and he just says, "Scob, is that you? Safe? Now I remember. But what happened then? Who found me? You saved me, Lieutenant. Thank you. But what happened then? Who found me?" And then suddenly we just get attention, Legionnaires, Zerod, report to Captain Sargard headquarters immediately. And then bam, I guess that's supposed to be the transition into the flashback to Zerod.
Well, this isn't a flashback. This thing right here is he serving time. Like the first part of this is he's serving time. It's like this is the stockade, right? Mm-hmm. For because Zerod, like, he broke orders to go save Torie.
Okay, you're right. So it goes into the flashback a couple pages in. You're right. So this is where he's in prison and being punished.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this was crazy. He's being punished for saving a legionnaire, but he broke the. This is why this is such a great book, because that's probably what really happened.
Oh yeah, yes, and it's like the Sargard thing you mentioned earlier, where he put himself before the court-martial board because he also had like broken the rules to protect his men, but still, it's like you get punished for that. Or in his case, he didn't.
He didn't. Well, yeah, because they thought he was taking it overboard. But this is the thing that lets you know, like, this is part of the world building.
Yeah,
this is part of like, hey, like it's giving you an understanding of how the Legion code works without having to do it, without having to like explain it. Like you just go and you see it. But he comes back, and like that dude that he rescued. I mean, that other dude that he was going to rescue, that was his boy that he couldn't rescue, and he had to leave him to die.
Yep.
Like that's what's cool too, is that he did exactly what Scob did. Mm-hmm. He left somebody to die, and I mean, and he couldn't take it, and he quit, and that's why he quit, and that's why he's now in the Legion. But it's the next issue. Issue 5 is the one that has the reason why. Like, issue 5 is a cool issue because
actually, we should take our intermission here before we do issue 5.
Right.
Because we gotta bounce for the moment, but we will be back to talk about 5, 6, and the Stroman issues.
All right, everyone. So stay tuned for just I think to be like a word from our sponsor, and then we'll be back with the rest of Alien Legion. All right, everyone talks.
This
So we'll
is
see you on the flip
Yeah,
side.
this has been fun. This is an amazing book. I'm excited to talk about it more.
Okay, and we're back from break to get back with our Alien Legion. Um,
Yes, indeed.
so what do we live? Oh yes, we left off talking about issue called Operation Nerve Center, and I thought this
Yes.
is another fascinating issue because, and I think we talked about this before the break. I don't know if we did. If we didn't, we'll go over it again now. The
Yeah.
character
Issue number 6 for
Issue number
everyone
6,
following along at home.
yeah, the character Dirge, he starts taking these performance enhancement drugs because he's known as the tank, and he like feels like he can't move as quick as everyone else, and he's like taking these drugs, and it's just kind of weird because it's like this is happening at a time in our own culture where I think steroids is kind of becoming a thing. You know,
Hmm.
I mean, it probably was a thing maybe in the 70s, but it's really becoming like a thing in the major media. Like there was some of these football players and stuff like that were showing up with it and things like that. Interesting that he has it here in the comic, and when Durst takes it and they're doing some little like operation out in like some spacewalk, and he almost gets people killed and shit. I mean, it's just like it's wild, like what they do to keep the story, although it's a future story, to keep it relevant for what's going on at the time and still now about these performance enhancement drugs. It's interesting because what I think is so cool about this comic, and it's more so some of these other the issues coming up. We've talked about the thought balloons and stuff like that. The thing I realized that the thought balloons do is that it's everybody's kind of fears.
Yes.
Like it talks about their sense of self-doubt about whatever is happening, what's going on internally for them. Like, oh my fucking god, like I can't deal with X. I can't deal with Y. I mean, I think of the next issue that like the first one that Chris Warner does. There's that Skaith Muscad, some people like die in his arms a few times. A couple people get shot and they die. They bleed out in his arms, and he's one thing where he like the blood is still on his armor, and he's like tripping out, and he's like having these thoughts about like it's just too lonely for me. Like I thought I could find like a sense of
Right.
like of camaraderie here in the Legion, but all the people I get close to get killed, and I'm just
Right.
like this. And so with Dirge here, it's like it's getting into his mindset about like why I feel inadequate as part of the unit. And it's interesting because it's like he knows what his lane is in the unit, but he's not comfortable with it. And he wants to take the drugs to get into a different, I don't know, like to be more, to do more, to be more than what he's actually all people already
Yes.
like respect him for where he is, but it's not good enough for him. And it's all kind of discussed within his the thought balloons and with everybody that I mean I think it's different. And now that I think about this, I can't remember a lot of what thought balloon stuff was in older comics of this era and the era before like the 70s, but I don't think it was so much like like psychosis going on and these
Yeah. Well, you make
and
an
then the people being so neurotic.
Totally. You make an interesting point because, like, thought balloons were just so ubiquitous in superhero comics, right? Forever. Like, we're used to, like, Spider Man or whoever just having these, like, thoughts to themselves. But I think in Alien Legion, like, what you're saying is really true. It's a unique use of thought balloons because it's a war story,
Yeah,
and like these are soldiers in this insane crucible of fucking battle everywhere where people are dying all around them. And like we talked about with like the thoughts of like Torie Montroc a couple issues ago too, where he gets shot and he thinks he's dying and he has those really staccato bursts of like, oh my God, not me, holy shit, no, like only other people. I didn't fucking know I was gonna die, not me. Like they're all very realistic, just simple thoughts, but also like you're saying, thoughts of fear and neurosis and panic. And like when you're in a theater of war, like that's the place where your mind is going to go fucking insane because it could not be a more stressful situation for you, and you don't want to show weakness, right?
right.
So
And
in
yeah,
this situation, like thought balloons become way more critical than your average fucking superhero punch up story.
for sure. And I think what's interesting too is that it's something that like we used to talk about in the writers' room on the show is that you always got to put a character like with somebody else so they can have someone to talk to. You know, 'cause it's
Yes.
kind of hard to do a movie or TV show where a character is alone because he didn't get to talk to anybody about what his feelings are and stuff like that.
And it's stupid when characters talk to themselves in general.
Yeah, yeah. But in this, they're talking to themselves in a thought balloon.
Right, right.
But it's done in a way that, I mean, to a degree, it's like sometimes it's almost like confessional, like what they would say to
Oh,
a
yeah.
therapist,
Totally.
like, and
Yes.
which is
Yeah.
fascinating kind of writing. Again, because like you think back about like these war movies, like think about like Platoon or like Apocalypse Now, and it's like you don't get into the people's, like, I mean, like you, and it's usually it's one person's like what's cool is that like in a movie like this, you're in like one person's POV. Like in Platoon, you're really only in Charlie Sheen's POV. He's got the voiceover. But in this, the thought balloon gives everybody their own sense of voiceover to a
Yep.
degree to give them a sense of what's going on and how they're like how they're just like trying to like parse the situation around them and their own performance. 'Cause I think what's interesting too about this is in this issue and later on, and there's the ones and with the ones that that Larry Stroman is doing with Z-Rod. It's like, like when he's too old, and they think he's too old, and there's all this sense of like, oh my god, like, you know what, I can't perform right. Like the unit's gonna laugh at me. I'm
Yeah.
gonna get disgraced. There's always this sense of like a feeling of like every character is on the edge of falling out of favor with the whole group, or at least they feel they're going to fall out of favor with the whole group.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of fascinating that that's what you get into like inside everyone's thoughts, because I mean, I don't think there's like, I've not been to war, so I don't know what it's like, but I'm sure that everyone who's with you like is really, really tight with you. But that sense of like they're not going to accept me, I don't think that that works the same way if you're like the Marines in like Afghanistan. Like everyone has to accept you, unless you like fucking up. But at that point, they're not going to go out on a tour with you because everyone's going to know you're fucking up. But there's always this sense of that I think is such an interesting thing to do, and then they still kind of perform at like a top level, like it's this interesting dichotomy of like what they're able to do and what they're like going through, and they kind of like and they give themselves like pep talks and shit like that. It's really fascinating how he does that in the story, you
Yeah,
know.
hearing you talk about it and just considering it, looking through the book again, it is really a cool thing about this book that all the characters feel inadequate, you
Yeah,
know? And they're all like ostensibly tough guys, and like in the Stroman issues we get into, finally a woman joins, Nomad Squadron or
right.
whatever. But, for the most part in these early issues, the Cirocco issues, these are all like your archetypes of like militaristic tough guys. And yet through the thought balloons, we realize that they're all like big fucking messes inside, and they're all freaking out over a lifetime of traumas and failures and everything that they've gone through to wind up here in the Alien Legion. And none of them deep down feel like they're really good enough. They've all kind of got imposter syndrome. And it does seem like these thought balloons are just the perfect devices constantly to be giving us those various voiceovers. And yeah, man, you mentioned that point last time we talked about this, about getting the multiple points of view because of the way that this is all structured. And I thought that was a really great point because I hadn't thought about it so directly till you said it. But I was considering that now reading the Stroman issues that we read for this part, and like all these little self-contained stories where we're kind of in the minds of a different soldier each time. Like, it's really just such expansive storytelling here. The cast is so huge that like I feel like this Alien Legion rabbit hole, it just feels like you're falling deeper and deeper down into this world with this first year or so of stories, and the world's not getting smaller. It's not like you're kind of getting your arms around it. It's
No,
getting bigger. It's getting
getting
bigger,
bigger.
like more
It's
characters,
getting
more
it's
characters,
getting it's
and like
getting
people are dying, fucking aliens dying everywhere.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I mean, yeah. So this last issue that Frank Cirocco did, they it's their first kind of real encounter with the Herculean, like soldiers, their empire. Like they finally fight them in like a ship to ship battle. And some again, we said this last time, like how dope of an artist like Cirocco is. Just his framing,
Yep.
his figure drawing, the action that he does. It's the depth of field of how he's putting in characters, in terms of like the way he stages them is it's a level of brilliance that for a book like this it needs it. It really needs like that level of like I don't want to say care, but just kind of like it's understanding of what you
Yeah.
gotta what has to be shown
Like
and why.
just like brilliant composition, right? Because it's so many characters. You have to have someone who's like a brilliant draftsman, or else your eye just will get completely lost.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, and then this issue, it's all about they're trying to like deal with that like so this issue picks up with the information from the first issue with that stolen like that data core they got from in the on the Mind Planet in the first two issues. And it's finally coming back, to like filter into the rest of the story, it's really interesting. And then that one then there's that and then Saragar he does he does something where he like he gets his boss kind of like demoted or some shit like that, which is kind of cool. And that guy is like he's leaving and he's trying to go AWOL. And he gets he tries to get arrested, and he tries to leave, but what happens is he goes to Saragar's place, and I think we talked about this before, but I'll just recap it anyway. But he goes to Saragar's place, and he and there's a big confrontation, and Saragar beats the shit out of this guy, and he's just kind of like, I mean, it just shows there's always this kind of like interesting level of like the politics and stuff always kind of steps out of norm, where people are like they like there's always a level of like hierarchy they use and use and use and use and use, and then someone's like, what, fuck that, I'm gonna have to take I'm gonna have to get violent on you for a second,
Yeah.
and it's pretty crazy with like with what happens, and then it just ends, and Saragar, he's not really, it's all about, like he thought there was gonna be a problem with that data core, and his commanding officer didn't, And again, it's like the battle with Saragar when he's fighting this guy, like he uses the tail and the tail spikes and all this kind of shit. It just kind of shows you like, like the level of restraint he constantly has as a commanding officer. Like you almost never see him go crazy. Like he beats the shit out of this guy.
Yeah, he really does.
Like 4 pounds in a row
Yeah.
for just like breaking his jaw, like boom, 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 and it's like, oh my god! And then he kind of realizes what he's doing, but it's like, see, he's an interesting character because he keeps a lid on his id so much,
Yeah.
and he's tries to be so logical, and it's like this episode, but this issue and the one later on with the thing with his sister comes back. It's like a cool issue. It's like when his real like all the stuff that he's trying to keep pent up like explodes, and he goes off the reservation, in a different way than everybody else. That you just, I mean, these other people kind of know, like whatever the enlisted men will say, because he's enlisted too, but I guess he's still like an officer, but the enlisted men know. There's always a moment of if they go to the reservation, they're like they're thinking about the consequences,
Yes.
and Saragar doesn't think about the consequences until he's done his thing. Because like these people have, they're talking about, like, I should flee, or like I should desert, or whatever it is. This sense of like in the moment when they're getting shot with lasers, they're like, oh my god, like, I need to break the rules and get out of here. But then they ultimately don't. Well, most of the time they don't. But he like is always saying, stick with the plan, stick with the plan, stick with the plan, until something hits him, confronts him, like personally. But the thing is, it's an interesting way to do his character. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So
It's
that's
very realistic too.
yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think.
that's the last Frank Cirocco issue. The next issue. The
Oh
next
wait,
issue.
before you jump on from that issue, Chris, just one final thing I want to call out is Will Portasio contributing some inks on that issue number 6 of Alien Legion, pre-Image Comics, perhaps pre-X-Men even. But Whilce Portacio, of course, would go on to kind of sort of be one of the founders of Image Comics and launch Wetworks later. And I got to say, there's some really beautiful pages of him inking over Frank Cirocco here in issue 6. So I just wanted to call that out because there's a lot of people involved with Alien Legion here, even just for an issue or two, who go on to do rather significant things.
Yeah, some great things. Great things. So the next few issues are I'll sum these up kind of quickly so we can get into Stroman stuff, but it's all stuff that's penciled by Chris Warner, and it's interesting to see his work. Like, his work is not bad,
Mm-hmm.
but he's clearly not the same artist as Sirocco. Like, in terms of
No,
just like compositions and everything
no.
like that, and the storytelling's a little different.
Warner's
I
solid though. Warner's
He's
very
very
solid.
solid.
He's very solid. He's a
He's
very,
very,
very
very solid. I'm not taking
very
away from him at
strong
all, but
artist.
it
Yeah,
just but the book feels different.
yeah.
And if I'm what's his name? I think, like, Alan,
Zelenetz.
yeah, Zelenetz. I feel like he kind of wrote the story. That's what I think is interesting about him, right? This issue, the ones of Stroman, he's changing the storytelling to kind of fit what the artist can do. I feel like he's doing that.
That's fantastic. That's a really, really smart thing for a writer to do. And I think
Yeah, because
the
it's easy
great
for these
comic
guys to
writers,
do everything. Because
the
the
greats
thing
do that.
about because he does. I mean, think about this the one with Chris Warner, which I think storyline wise interesting is this is something I was thinking about today. I want to bring up to you, but it's like we begin to see the rise of the character Jugger Grimrod.
Yes, we certainly do. We got some
And what
big
I think
stuff
is
coming up.
interesting about his character is his character is when you see him in other issues early on, he's just kind of a side character. But he reminds but this he's coming out. This is coming out at the rise of when the Punisher becomes like a standalone character, and the rise when Wolverine is becoming a standalone character. And I feel like it's like this is the Aliens version of that kind of like character who's
Yes.
like fuck the rules. He's so much of a lone wolf. He has this really kind of complicated backstory, and I feel like he represents the kind of like this would be a controversial statement. This would be a very controversial statement. He represents the kind of like angst and anger that was afflicting young white males at this time, which then kind of like because I really think that's why characters like Deadpool and Wolverine and Punisher and also Jugger Grimrod, they are all the same kind of archetype. You know
Mm,
what I mean? And Jugger kind of talks a lot the way like it's an exaggerated form of the way that Wolverine talks, like this kind of like very choppy English with these kind of like contractions all over the place and everything. But he's a similar type of character where he's like, I can do what I want. I don't want to listen to the
yeah.
rules. I'm not gonna. It's not helping me at all anyway. And I'm out for self, except when I don't need to be. But I feel like he just falls in that mold, and those characters all came out like at this same time. They'd all been around for a while. At least like like Wolverine and Punisher, but they took prominence in the comic book culture. And I think it's because at the time, like comic books were appealing to those type of kids, like those type of like like what's his name, Eric Harris and fucking Dylan Klebold, who became famous of fucking the
The
Columbine shooting. Like
Columbine
I
kids. Yeah.
feel like like these characters are speaking to the sense of social impotence that they are beginning to feel. That becomes a big thing in the culture. I feel, and and that's how Jugger Grimrod is. It's usually because this Chris Warner story. It's like it's a long story that's basically like a focus on him and what he's doing. They're stuck on this planet. They've been shot down, and there's like there's some creature on the planet that's trying to eat them, and then there's some Herculeans that are or Herculeans, whatever, are
Yeah.
after them, and there's like this magistrate character who's like who knows Jugger, and this we find about his backstory. Like, oh, he's a former assassin, and you're
Yes.
like, what? And he'd been in jail. I mean, and it's like you get this the backstory comes out, in an interesting way. It's like the guy who sentenced him to like life in prison or I don't know, 15 years in hard labor or isolation, whatever it was. He now has to protect this guy. I'm just like, that's such a cool story point. It's like because it reveals who he is, and then makes him have to be like, I can't behave like the way I want to, but it's like this guy, like, and this guy doesn't remember him, but he's like, but they recognize each other slightly, and you slowly begins to come together. Where Jugger's like, oh, he's the guy who put me away. The guy who put me away knows that I should be in jail, and that the fact that I've been convicted of a crime means I can't be in the alien region.
Right.
So there's this whole sense of like, what's gonna happen? Is he gonna get found out? Is he not gonna get found out? Is he gonna get, you know, question and stuff like that, and they're on this planet that has this weird kind of like creature that can do some sort of like mind control to them. It sings this song or whatever that sounds like music in their brains, and it takes over them. And later on in it, the magistrate and his wife get killed by Torie Montroc when he's under like a trance. It's a
Yeah.
really interesting way to end the story because then Jugger doesn't kill the guy who could expose him. So he's not like, so again it's like, like you want Jugger to go, I gotta kill you because you can fuck up my whole career, but he doesn't. And I think this is a great little moment. They do this a lot in this book where you think the person who is going to get the revenge or get the right payoff, or is deserving of the payoff, doesn't get to do it and leaves them kind of like, I think it adds to the level of of neurotic tension that all these characters kind of suffer through because they don't get to get that sense of like psychic relief from doing something that they want to do, or something happens that they don't want to do and they get blamed for it in the wrong way. It's interesting. Oh, but then that magistrate, he did kind of let off like he did rat Jugger out because I don't know if issue 5 or 6 of the ones that Stroman did is like that thing where that it's known who he is. Remember
Oh,
the issue
yes.
where
Right.
the killers from like this later on. It's later, maybe out of 5 or 6 issues later, but you find out that like Jugger was part of this thing called the Galactic Assassinations Guild. I was like, "What is this? This is I totally forgot about this." But this is the people try to kill him because they know because he's been exposed and he's working he's in like the system of like, oh, there's a guy who's running around as a legionnaire who shouldn't be, who's an ex-con. But that's a few issues later. So yeah, I mean, yeah, so that's kind of like the Chris Warner issues. We're not skipping over them because they're not interesting, they're not good. But I feel like it's a bit it's not as interesting as storytelling. I don't think as to when we get to the Larry Stroman issues,
Yeah.
which we'll talk about next.
Yeah.
We'll talk about now.
Totally. Yeah, yeah, I would agree. The Warner stuff is super solid, and there's some amazing moments, particularly with Portasio inking Warner. Like, there's some great splash pages and just great moments, like the Jugger Grimrod splash page in Alien Legion number 8, when he's on that planet with a giant tree behind him, and it's a full page of Jugger. And then it's like 2 pages later where that creature leaps out of the swamp or the trees, and it's another full page spread. There's some beautiful moments in these Chris Warner issues, inked by Portasio and Emberlin, Randy Emberlin as well. But I do agree with you, Chris, that overall, just the overall storytelling it's more solid and traditional, but I feel like Portasio and Stroman both bring just a little bit more of an inspired flair to the storytelling that just kind of livens up the proceedings and makes things just kind of feel like they're working on more levels for me.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not sure when this falls in Stroman's.
I think it's got to be early. Fairly. I
Yeah,
think
but
it's
but
I
it,
think it's very early.
this is before he does X Factor, right?
Oh, way before. Way
Yeah,
before.
way before
Yeah.
X Factor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I mean, look. So what I love about the Stroman issues is the first one is what's the first one called? It's called Hollow Harvest, right?
Yeah. What
So
number? Wait, what number was that again? I'm trying to pull it up here.
I don't remember. It's got this cover.
Is it okay? Okay, hold on. Oh, it's that yellow cover. Yeah, yeah. By the way, that
Yeah,
cover is by Carl by actually drawn by Carl Potts.
yeah, which is crazy.
which is kind of cool that he starts drawing the covers all of a sudden here. Yeah, it's issue 12 of Alien Legion. By the way, I love the color on that cover, just that yellow. That yellow
Yeah.
really pops. I could imagine that popping like crazy on the newsstand or the comic shop. But it looks like Frank Cirocco did the colors and or the inks over Carl Potts here, which is really interesting. It's signed by Carl Potts and Frank Cirocco, which is a noteworthy team here on the cover of issue 12.
Well, yeah, he's probably coloring it because he's doing all these kind of painted covers on all of them, you know.
Yeah.
So, um, it's interesting. It's interesting. Um, and but this issue he gets back to something about Zelenetz. Oh, but this is like a plot by Carl Potts, script by Alan Zelenetz, but it fits with the rest of the stuff where it's like it's this issue about like um fucking with ecosystems again.
Yeah, that's another
You know,
environmental issue, which was so like just intriguing to see that Alien Legion really more than any comic I can think of from that era, just like the first year of it, really has a strong focus on like just the environment and ecology and preserving natural ecosystems. Like this is not what I expected from this book of intergalactic warfare, and yet again we return to the same kind of thematic motifs as the first issue. Like we got to protect the environment, and it's not Mother Earth because we're out in space on another planet, but like we have to protect natural habitats, and that's a strong recurring theme here. And by the way, I'm just looking at Alan Zelenetz's name, the writer, and I'm realizing now it's got an extra E in it that I never saw before. So perhaps it's pronounced Alan Zelenetz. Like that is a wacky name. Alan Zelenetz. I don't know. I'm just looking at the spelling more
yeah,
closely. Um,
Zelenetz, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, Zelenetz,
Zelenetz,
yeah.
perhaps. Yeah. Another just curious thing I want to note here, and I don't know if this continues, but I feel like it might on some of the issues. There's no inker credited on this issue where Larry Stroman begins penciling, which is odd.
Oh, I mean, in the one I'm looking at in the omnibus, Dark Horse
Yeah.
omnibus, it says this a guy named Randy.
Is it Emberlin?
Um, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
and
okay. Well, then Emberlin's credit was left off of the actual floppy comic for issue number 12 here. So I was like looking at it and trying to figure out like was Strowman inking himself here? And I didn't think so. So okay,
no, I
so
don't think so
cool.
either. But see, so look, his work. What's interesting about this is that each of these issues, he gets more confident as an artist.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah,
It's so
it looked like
clear about what
Larry
he's
more
trying
and
to
more.
do, and it's not that he's ever bad, you know, but not that I was just not that he becomes confident in drawing these characters is what it is. He understands more what it means to draw these characters, you know, that Cirocco just did a masterful job kind of like bringing to life, and he's got like some heavy shoes to fill to come in and do this. And it's interesting because the story is less action centric, so it kind of allows him to kind of just draw. This is my feeling, to draw the characters and get a sense of how to draw them and live in them like on the page before it gets into the action sequence. You know, and this is a cool episode. Like in terms of like what the politics on this issue is that these guys come to this planet. Oh no, there's a guy who's like some aristocrat who has who can order the Legion about. He feels that he's being cheated with these. He's getting these fish specimens that are dying, and he realizes they've been poisoned, and they're poisoned on the planet in terms of how they're harvested. And he sends the Legion to kind of like clean up, you know, like the technique of harvesting these, you know, like the raw materials. And it just feels like this is like a it feels like this is like some sort of it's an analog to like the way American big business is like fucking with like Africa or like South America. Like it's just like just churning up like the natural resources at the expense of the population, and then
Oh,
somebody wants
definitely.
like an elephant or some shit like that. And it's like, why are the elephants dying? Oh, because you know they're spilling oil over it. And it's just like it's a really interesting way of like telling a story about like, so look at what humanity is doing. I mean, this is what, see, again, this is what science fiction is supposed to do, right? It's supposed to make us look at what's really going on in our own world. and say, "Hey, here's how we could do this, but make it like feel like Cracker Jack explosive." I think this is why this was an interesting issue story wise, but also an interesting issue for Stroman to get his just to get his feet wet with drawing these characters, and creating a sense of like energy. And I mean, this is a great little sub story for like Dunn and like and Grimrod were gonna like quit the league, or just, I mean, I feel like they're gonna go AWOL, right? Because they get all this money. Like they always talking about going AWOL as if they're not gonna get hunted down, and maybe they won't get hunted down. I mean, they don't explain what the rules are if you go AWOL from the
Right.
Legion. Are you gonna get murdered, or I guess it's a
Yeah.
volunteer thing. It is a volunteer thing, so I guess you can leave whenever you wanted,
I mean,
but
that might be a future story arc. I'm sure we'll probably see some deserters at some point here. I
yeah.
would be curious how they're dealt with.
But it's fascinating because because these guys do this thing where they like that the business people don't want to let the Legion do their business. I mean, do their job. Like they're so strict on like, yeah, just keep fucking the environment up because it's better for us money wise. It's so much of like an indictment of like what America is doing, like all over the globe and all these places are doing. Like the way just business in general, not America, just like business in general fucks the planet for profits. And this is showing you how like it's doing that. And like and they show these little kids getting sick and like their stomachs all fucked up. You're like, this is wild. Like how he's doing all this. At the end of the day, the aristocrat guy, like they harvest special versions for him to trick him into thinking that they're doing good. I thought that was such a damn like fuck you to him that he doesn't even know about.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
yeah.
was a crazy story. A crazy story.
No, and it's definitely got a lot of parallels to the world we live in, even today. Sadly, you can look at parallels with this story and what happened in Flint, Michigan, and the governor's mansion getting the good water delivered to them for them to drink. They're only drinking the bottled water. They're not drinking the water with the lead in it because they know it's
No.
fucked. But the people in Flint, them and their children are all being poisoned, and it's like the same kind of bullshit. It's like government and fucking contracts and business and political corruption, all that. And Alien Legion, again, not your average comic about just aliens and space opera. This is a very political book from Jump, and 1 year in now, 12 months. Actually, the book was bi-monthly, so 2 years in,
2 years in,
2 years
there's
in, it continues to be just incredibly political, and it feels like Archie Goodwin and Marvel Comics. No one is telling them to rein it in. No one's telling them to like make it more about just creepy aliens and laser guns. Like this is very adult storytelling for a Marvel comic in the 80s, and
yeah,
they're going for it.
look, it's definitely like an epic book, so we know that they're able to do a little different. But I can't think of any book really at all that is this political. I just can't. I can't.
Yeah.
Consistently.
Yeah, yeah. I
It
mean,
might
issue
be a
after issue.
miniseries here or there that kind of touches on something like that, or I remember that first Hawkeye miniseries when he loses his hearing, he's going against like rocks and oil. It's kind of about that. But this is but they cover so much with like the way like his under. It's like what's his name? Frank Zelenetz. Like he understands geopolitics in a way that is unusual for a comic writer,
Yes, I
because
would
I
agree,
think
and
I
has the interest too. Like has a clear
yeah, that's the
interest
interest.
in. Yeah,
I'm sure someone maybe like a John Rogers or even like a Kurt Busiek, or maybe even like Peter David could probably write this type of stuff, but I don't know if they interest or if they feel they would want to put it in their books.
right.
I feel there might be some Astro City issues that do this occasionally, but not so hard edged as this book does it, and it's cynical in a way, and then our characters get kind of caught in the they get caught in the crosshairs of like of business, like clashing against the government, clashing against its people that they sent to stop stuff. I mean, it feels like some UN. It feels like this is the UN was sent in and they got attacked by like the local forces, and because the local forces like didn't want to like like reform what's going on. But what's interesting about this episode, like story wise, is there's that character who was like the whatever, like the scientist, whoever he is, who's trying to show them what's his name, what's his name?
Oh yeah, the scientist.
Finn.
Yeah, right.
He's like a Diane Fossey type character, right? Like a
Right. He
Diane.
was an
He's like
environmentalist and activist.
environmentalist or something like that. Yeah, yeah. And what's crazy is that like when Jugger Grimrod sees him, he's like, "What's he still alive? I thought we killed him 7 years ago." And I was like, "God damn!" Like that's another. Again, it's like they're filtering him in more to the stories in ways that they didn't early on.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
That was
kinda
funny. That
crazy.
was just kind of out of nowhere because it was just kind of an aside in the story. It was just like 3 panels, and it wasn't like
Yeah.
a big story point. But Jugger was like, "What? It can't be! Oh my god! Like, oh shit, you old fool! Like, oh, I was supposed to. I thought I left you for dead. Whatever.
Yeah, I was
You
like,
you
what
you
is
you ain't worth a fistful of sludge to me now. But that's just
which is
random and funny.
totally a Wolverine type of line. But
Hmm.
yeah, this is another interesting issue. I think that Strowman, like his panels are all really good in terms of the composition. I just don't think that he's got a style yet that he wants to say that like
Agreed.
he's not who he's gonna become yet.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
no, not at all. Because Larry Stroman is one of the premier stylists, I think, of mainstream comics in the '80s. And you're right, he's just getting his feet wet here in this first issue, but he does develop awfully quickly. And I just looked it up while you were talking, Chris. And Alien Legion does in fact represent Larry Stroman's first ever continuing full length series work for American comics. All he'd ever done before this was just backup stories in a couple of comics the previous year. He did backup stories in World's Finest Comics and American Flag for First Comics and Howard Chaykin. He did just some
Wow.
backups. Yeah, so really some great books to debut in, but this was the first time he had a regular continuing assignment on a full length gig. And talk about just being thrown in the deep end.
Yeah.
Following Frank Cirocco and Chris Warner on a book like Alien Legion with a cast of fucking thousands, with all of these crazy aliens to draw, all the action plus the politics. I mean, hats off to Larry Stroman for the first issue looking as good as it does, but you're 100% right that with these coming issues we're going to talk about, he starts to actually become the Larry Stroman that we really love.
that we know. We'll see, but this is interesting too. About there was an issue. No, it was an episode of Rob Liefeld's podcast when he was the Heroes.
Observations.
It was somewhere in the Heroes Reborn like ones. One of those. He was talking about how Jim Lee, he's really good at drawing characters that like a lot of people have done. So
Hmm.
like if like the reason why he wasn't really this is what he was saying. The reason why the Rob Liefeld was saying the reason why that Jim wasn't so good at doing Fantastic Four for the Heroes Reborn is there was only John Byrne and Jack Kirby that did like amazing long runs with great work. When you look at Batman or X-Men, like all these people have done this stuff and they've done so much of it. And I feel like it's an interesting kind of thing to say for anybody because it's like people start drawing comics and they want to be kids and stuff, their kids in high school and they're doing stuff. They're drawing like their favorite superheroes, So,
Oh,
oh my God,
yeah,
you know what? I'm spending like 3-5 years drawing Spider Man or Captain America or Iron Man, blah, 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 and then finally I get that book. Like the guy who did my comic, my little thing I was trying to sell a couple years ago, that the dark arts thing, and he finally got in that, and then he got signed an exclusive deal at Marvel, and he
right.
was doing like Bendis's last year on Spider Man, and he was
That's
so
nuts.
fucking excited to have been doing Spider Man because he was like, dude, I've been drawing Spider Man since I was like 12, and this guy's like in his 40s.
Yeah,
He's Mexican, so it was harder for him to break in. But I was like, so I say that because the level of like how daunting it is to draw Alien Legion characters because there's not enough people who've done it. You can't look at the work and go, here's all the splash spaces. Here's all this is what
yeah.
John Byrne did. This is
You
what,
can't swipe. You certainly can't swipe from like 20 or 30 years of Jack Kirby like you can on most Marvel books.
Yeah,
You just
yeah,
can't
you
do that.
can't do that. So that's why I think that like his work, and also because again, this is becoming a bi-monthly, he's got time to kind of work things out between issues to kind of to get better at it. He gets really better because even in the second issue, he's markedly
Mhm.
better than what he is in the
Oh
first
yeah.
issue.
Oh man.
You
Oh,
know,
he starts totally true. He starts to get better so fast. It's really impressive. And as we get further into it, when that woman legionnaire shows up in one of these coming issues, that was the moment where I was like, ah, there's the Larry Stroman hair. Because Larry
yeah.
Stroman draws hair like no other comic book artist ever,
Nope.
and it's amazing. And I heard Larry talking about this in an interview once where he was saying that like he wasn't quite sure how to draw hair in a comic, and like he particularly wasn't sure how to draw certain types of hair, and he wasn't sure, like he didn't have like it well thought out, so he just kind of did his own thing with it and drew it in a way that he thought looked cool design wise. And to me, it's like it's one of the coolest things about Stroman is the way that he draws hair. And
Well,
it's
yeah,
funny
well,
how, like, you know, different artists have their things that are just really cool the way they draw. You know, like I think of early Todd McFarlane and fucking loving the way he drew eyebrows and
right.
just like certain things that stick in your head. For Stroman with me, the way he would draw women's hair in particular,
Exactly.
just
Exactly.
amazing.
So the second issue, this issue is a storyline continuation from like I think the top of the Chris Warner issue,
Hmm.
where this guy named Takatak got killed,
Oh
and
yeah.
now it's like, and he had a dying wish. He was like, "Hey, Torie Montroc, can you, you know, send this thing to this woman that I was in love with, you
Hmm.
know?" And it's this whole thing where it's like, hey, he goes through this whole page where he's like, hey, I have to go through the locker of my dead
Yeah. It's
comrades.
so sad, man. It's so sad. Like, and there's captions here too, which is interesting because they do this as captions, which, you know, we've talked about this so much. Instead of word balloons, here, for some reason, we're doing captions. And maybe it's just they thought it would be too many word balloons, but it's like what Torie Montroc is thinking to himself, if you haven't done it, let me tell you, it's one weird feeling to go through a dead friend's things. Tok Tok was always a live wire, like Mescad used to say, a clown. Sure, there'd be grog in his locker, and sure, Tok Tok would have shared it with any legionary who needed a boost. An envelope of handwritten love poetry. Pretty old fashioned. I found her homeworld address there, and all his magic tricks, smoke cubes, and the disappearing orbs he'd frustrate Mescad with. For a second there, it seemed like Tak Tak himself was guiding me in sleight of hand. He's playing with these magical orbs here. He's kind of doing a trick with them.
To the tree,
And
yeah,
then
and then
yeah, he's
that
doing the
great
trick, and then
last
he
panel.
and then he slumps over in the last panel, and the magical orbs like they disappear and they appear again. But Montauk is already kind of doubled over with his face in his hands, and it's a sad last panel. And he says, you know, for a second it seemed like Tok Tok himself was guiding me in sleight of hand, but no, he was gone, and I had a promise to keep.
Yeah, it's
And
that. I
it's
mean,
just
it's
great storytelling. One
great
page, just
storytelling.
so poignant.
Just this one page did so much cool shit, and then the next few pages, these guys are going on a mission to that homeworld planet where Tok Tok was from, and then the planet's being towed away, and I was like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Yeah,
They
that was
told,
so weird.
I mean,
Oh, yes.
it's such a weird story. This was such a weird story, but
Yeah.
uh,
And they got
but
flowers. That's what he's got to give to the woman, the lost, the woman who doesn't know Tok Tok is dead. Tok Tok has some flowers that are moon lilies,
yeah.
and the woman's name is Cora Cora. So it's moon lilies for Cora Cora, which by the way happens to be the title of this issue. Which by the way I believe is a shout out to the classic science fiction story Flowers for Algernon.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
actually very similar because Flowers for Algernon actually deals with a laboratory experiment, lab rats, and it's also kind of a similar vibe. Or there's some shout outs and I think some homages to Flowers for Algernon kind of hidden throughout the story here. And
Right.
so I actually haven't read Flowers for Algernon, but I know what it's about, roughly speaking. And I noticed as we got into this that it seemed like this was definitely a little call out from Zelenetz to that other classic science fiction tale.
I know of this story, but I don't think I've read it either. I think it, but that's the whole like pull yourself up from your bootstraps. Because
It's
that's the story about the guy who's dumb and they like
Yes,
imprison
that's what it is.
intelligence,
It's a
right?
guy who has like a really low intellect. He's a janitor or some such, and he takes part in this laboratory experiment where he gets like his brain power increased to be a genius, right? Like, and suddenly he has all these other thoughts, and then it's about that level of genius also kind of slowly falling away from him. And then there's a lab rat in the story that's a character who I believe apparently he has great like empathy or love for, and his final dying request, the guy whose intellect is now dropping back down after the experiment's over, is he wants this lab rat who died to have flowers left on his grave. And the lab rat's name was Algernon, and hence I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah, yeah.
flowers for Algernon. But so it's a similar kind of thing, though, to this story. You see, it's like it's a dying person's last request, and that's I guess what Zelenetz was referencing here. And so Alien Legion just full of references and allusions. There's a lot of stuff going on here, metatextually, politically. And I also just have to call out this page, Chris, page 4 of this second Stroman issue. That panel with Montroc right there. That's one of these first moments where I feel like I'm starting to see Larry Stroman's style starting to burst through. Just the angularity and kind of the boldness of that sad panel of Torie Montroc right there.
Well,
That's
there's
starting
that,
starting to
but
look like
also,
Stroman.
yeah, but also the way he's doing the smoke is kind
Oh
of very much
yes,
the smoke becomes sort of like part of his signature style of doing
that's
like
a
the
great point.
hair and other things like that. Since there's like it feels very organic in a way that's
You're right.
stylized, like organic in a way. But also on the next page, there's that one panel. It's the fourth panel where we're looking at Torie Montroc and this is the sorrow in the little box. You know, do you see
That's
that?
the one I was talking about.
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's the one I was talking about. Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. That one, like, that feels like Stroman, right? Like, that
yeah,
feels like, you know
yeah.
what I mean? It's like that's angular, kind of just dope, interesting looking Larry Stroman work. And so, yeah, you see, like you said, so early, issue 2, and you're starting to see some of the signature Stromanisms creeping
Oh,
in.
you're right, because yeah, Pacers was age 3. Yeah, with the smoke. Yeah, and then the rest of it is like they're chasing this planet down. They get stuck. They get captured by like whoever was towing the planet out of orbit was some robot situation.
Hmm.
And then it's just kind of like they gotta, like you said, like they're in like the lab rat stuff, and they gotta break out and see who can survive this and who's smart enough to get out and all this. It's an interesting little story about that. I think this is the issue where where Zerod first begins to start feeling his age.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it's like
that might be true.
one ish is like one or two lines, they're kind of throwaway where he's like feeling tired through the chase they're doing. I mean the escape they're doing. And that becomes like a thing for the next 4 or 5 issues about his age has become a thing. And I mean, who knows how age he is and what's the equivalent, but he's already had a career as a general, and so he's probably like twice as old as anybody, or at
Oh,
least
yeah. Oh,
15,
yeah.
20 years. He got 20 years probably on everybody, you
That's a good
know?
point because yeah, we saw in those last flashbacks that he was like a highly decorated general on his home planet. So he's had a whole long, illustrious war career before he ever got to the Legion.
Yeah, yeah. I remember he was saying later on. He said that issue, but this issue too. He was later on. He was like, like I reached the point where I became where he felt alive on the battlefield, not behind a desk. And the higher he rose, the less action that he saw. So he quit being part of the regulars and became a legion and started at the bottom again. But what's crazy about this is they go. There's this. The planet has been like the ecosystem is being tripped out and it's being too cold. And then that one great panel where he's like where Torie Montroc, he's worried about the flowers on that one page. What I don't know what, but it's like the flowers all big in the foreground. He's like, it's kind of like, yeah, like I gotta worry about this and how's it gonna work in this cold. And they escape the
Hmm.
thing and they take out this sort of like this cold like generator thing and they save the planet and and then Tori and he goes to the woman Cora's place and he gives her the flowers and she's like, "Oh, who's this guy again? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah."
This was really interesting the way this all went down. It was not what I expected.
So I was expected, and he was kind of like, "Well, I mean, look, but for a while there hadn't been the backup story, but the backup story in this
Yeah.
is."
It's about the woman.
the woman, about the
Yeah,
woman Cora
it's really
Cora.
yeah, it's really interesting because it's like it almost reminds me, Chris, of what you were saying earlier, how Alien Legion doesn't give you the payoff that you're expecting with characters getting revenge, like you were saying earlier. Like it kind of applies here too. Like it's a consistently sort of anticlimactic series in a way that I don't mean in a negative way. It's more just like real life where you're expecting and hoping things are going to go a certain way because you have a desire, right? And you have like a mission that you're on. Like Torie Montroc's here on a mission to like have this hopefully final emotional moment with this woman. And just like so much of real life, like, you know, your plans end up not being the way the shit goes. And so when Torie's walking up to this woman's house and he's all nervous and he's about to give her these flowers from her dead lover, the final request, the man that she does not know is dead, he's thinking to himself, how do you tell someone a loved one's dead? Do you look them straight in the eyes and speak deliberately, slowly? Or do you gaze past them, mumble, I'm sorry, and hope they will understand the rest by intuition? And like that's some real shit to be thinking about as you're walking up to this woman's door. And then he's like, Cora, Cora, yes? Torie Montroc of Nomad Squadron, the Alien Legion, Tac Tac wanted you to have these. It was his last wish. And then, like you said, she's just like, which fellow? Which fellow sent these? Tac Tac. He died a hero's death in battle. I'm so sorry. Tac Tac? Which one was? Oh, yes, the music magic. Oh, it has been a long while. And she didn't know he cared so much. That's what Torie thinks. She told
Yeah,
me. No tears, no outbursts. But then again, I was a stranger, and perhaps she was in shock. She thanked me, and I left. And then that's kind of it. And he gets back on his ship, and that's more or less it. And that's kind of what we've been building up to the whole issue. So I read that and I was like, what the fuck? Like
yeah. You're just like, what's
that's
going on?
it?
And then the backup story called Reprise or Reprise, however you want to say it. And this was devastating
Mm. Yeah. Do you
because
want to take people through this?
okay, so you get into the thing. The woman's there. She's looking at the flowers. Like, well, these are the moon lilies. She takes them out of this little glass case. She smells them, and it just says memory. And we cut to when she's with Tok Tok, and they're like, he's like playing and singing a song, has something that's like a lute or a lyre, whatever it is, and he's doing magic
Yes,
for
an
her.
alien liar. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just like all this stuff, like they're having this kind of romantic afternoon, like it's like at a magic hour kind of thing, you know. And he's like, I'm happy, and she's like, oh, you're so cool, and he's like, oh, like you know, like I could spend time with you, you know, make you a proper wife, you know. And then she's like, oh, it's late, you know. And then she's like, yeah, I gotta go to sleep, you know, like we can have love, we can make love tomorrow, you know. And then he's like, all right, well, I'll see you. And then another dude shows up, and it's like this is a hooker. It's a call girl.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And actually, and before the other dude, she says, "Lovely, you know, so lovely are your songs." But then before she says bye, she says, "But you have forgotten." And then he says, "Ah, forgive me," and he has to pay her.
Yeah, yeah. He's like paying her for her time. Like it's not even
Yeah,
like the thing is they have this afternoon or all this kind of
yeah.
stuff, and they're not even fucking. It's just like I am renting your time.
Yeah. He was
You
paying
know,
her for the girlfriend experience, as they say.
yes, the girlfriend experience, exactly. And then there's another guy who she has sex with that night, and he like looks at the house and he hears like that guy talking, you know, like so
Yeah.
he heard it and he's like, "Hey, so what do you?" It's just like, and he starts singing as he leaves, and it's just like that was such a sad moment. And then it comes back to her present day. She finishes like smelling like the moon lilies, and then she throws them in the trash.
Yeah, and how did you take that? Cuz I'm looking at that now and at first it made me really sad kind of reading that page. But looking at it again now, I'm like, well, you know, she did take him out and smell him in the first place, and then she smells him a second time. So I don't know that she is completely unfeeling about whatever moment she had with Tok Tok, but at the same point, it's like, you know, what's she supposed to do? It's like he
Yeah,
was a
well, I'm
client.
not saying I'm a heartless bitch, but I'm just
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
like saying, "Oh, I can't have this memory around.
Right,
You
right,
need to
she's throwing it
find it.
away. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and that makes sense to me because it, probably is painful for her too, but it's another one of these Alien Legion endings that's just kinda devastating, no matter how you slice it. It's like, dude is dead. His final wish has been fulfilled, but, like, she cares, but not that much, but then, I mean, maybe a
But
little,
but
but, life goes
but
on.
but at the same time, it's like this guy's dying wish, it's not about his mom, it's not about his dad, it's
Yeah,
about the call girl that he spent time with,
yeah.
and that's a little disturbing.
I mean, it also sounds like it may not be unrealistic because it could be the kind of thing where like his hope in like a potential relationship with this woman, even though they had like a prostitute client relationship, even though she was a sex worker, um, I think that, again, on an alien planet, it could have been the thing that was sort of keeping his hope alive while he was at war. You know what I mean? Like he was thinking about she and I, we had a special connection. One day I'll return and we can have a life together. I mean, fuck, man. If you're a soldier in the Alien Legion, like who knows what keeps you going all night? Who knows
No,
what you need to
that's
like to
absolute
wake up?
truth.
Yeah.
That's it's a great point. I mean, he's like saying early on, he's like, "I want to make you a proper wife. I'll make you my proper
Yeah.
wife."
Yeah. He had
And
feelings. He clearly had feelings for her.
he clearly had feelings, and it's just like, but it's like, I don't know. It's just it hit me home as like, God, like this guy, like he died,
Yeah.
I remember they were saying like he wrote poetry and I was like, this is just wild. Like this guy, he clearly care for her way more than she. I mean, obviously, whatever. I mean,
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
I think it goes back to what I was saying before with Skaith Muscad and early on how he was concerned the Chris Warner issues. Where he's concerned about how lonely he was and how
Yeah.
thought he could found a sense of camaraderie with people in the Legion and he couldn't because they're dying. And it's like here's another character who's so lonely and he was like the live wire, the clown, the funny guy. And is that like all an act because he like really wants to be with this woman and if he's paying her or not, it's still like that's what you wanted and once you got it, it doesn't have the same value that I mean, like if Torie Montroc knew, oh, this is a girlfriend experience thing, like he wouldn't have risked his life. They wouldn't have done all that shit because he was like, hey, we could run away and not go after this planet, but he's like, I gave my word to dude. So
Yeah.
it's really like that's where it adds a level of
Yeah.
like a level of poignancy that I was like, God, these guys,
Yeah.
freaking Frank Zelenetz is never pulling
This is
punches,
a deeply, deeply thought out work from
never
Zelenetz.
pulling
You
punches.
know,
I love it. I fucking love it.
yeah,
The next issue is I love this issue because there was a backup story that showed us like Serigar's sister and what she was involved in, and now and that was maybe issue 3,
yeah, yeah. It was a while ago.
4. So that was this. Oh, this is over a year ago. I mean, this is what issue 14 now. So that's like so that's month 28 from month 6. So that's 2 years ago. It's at least 2 years ago. They bring back the story about Serigar's sister. She's in some domestic abuse situation with the guy that she ran off with, and it's here that Stroman is like Stroman is becoming more and more who we expect him to be.
Oh
He is
yeah,
as an
100%.
artist.
And he gets to draw his first cover for Alien Legion with
Yeah,
Frank Cirocco on colors. It looks like, and it's a very nice cover. And for sure, you're right. Strowman is starting to come into his own here.
and I mean, and this story is crazy because she's been beat up. The dude he found out he's a bounty hunter. He's up
Yeah.
killing people, and he killed someone by mistake,
Yep.
and he's got to leave. He's got to deal with this. He
And
beats her down,
you should
and
mention,
she
Chris.
plays a phone call.
These are snake people. I just want to mention that for
Oh,
everyone
right. These
listening.
snake people, yeah,
These are snake people aliens we're talking about.
yeah. She sends a phone call to the Legion, or not, but to the Astro Judiciary, and she
Right.
wants help. And then you cut to where the Legion are doing like some maneuvers and stuff like that. And then Saragor gets a call, and he's like, oh, and they're like, oh, it's your sister, and he's like, oh shit, what the hell happened to her? And he's like, well, you know, we just want to let you know. But there's this great panel where he's like crying, like, you know, there's this like this little page when he gets the news, and there's like that little tear in his eye.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
fucking dope, because it's like this guy, like, you know, the pain that he's in because of the way they ended last time, where she like stole all his money. Like, the reason he's in the Legion at first was because she took all his money, you know.
Yeah, and lied to him and ran off with this dude who apparently was a fucking bounty hunter.
Yeah, who's an abusive bounty hunter. And then
Yeah.
he's like, I gotta save my sister. I
Yep.
told my mom and dad that I would protect her, and now I'm fucked up. And what's
Even though
crazy is,
even though she betrayed me, even all this, I still got to go save her.
yeah, again, it's his moral code. And the stuff on these pages. I mean, what are we in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Page 7. It's like, you know, like a page 7, that second panel when like he's looking straight on at us, and then he's remembering them like with like, you know, when they were kids, you know. That's Stroman again, like showing like who he's gonna be, like that
Yes.
like that photograph, that thing is Saragor. And it's
Yes.
fascinating how he gets the chance to do it every once in a while, but it's more, you know, like it's more fully realized here than it was in the Torie Montroc one, of the other issue. Like, I love the fact that he's growing so fast as an artist. I know it's because he has 2 months to do this book. You know, whatever it is
Yeah.
coming out. I mean, the schedule allows him to like get better, like exponentially better, issue by issue, almost page by page in some of this stuff. You know,
Yeah,
um,
totally. Totally.
but he does something really cool. I think cool storyline wise is he he like enlists, like, you know, he enlists Jugger Grimrod and and um and Torqa Dun to do like this off books mission with him, because
Yeah.
he knows that they're like morally flexible the way that
Yes,
nobody
this
else
is
is.
crazy. Yeah, this is some wild shit, and it really kind of right now this sort of moment here kind of signals a different relationship that Saragar starts to have with Jugger Grimrod, where he really over these next issues is all about kind of bringing Jugger Grimrod into the fold, and Saragar's ingratiating himself to Grimrod in a way because he realizes the utility of someone like Jugger Grimrod to the Alien Legion if he can be harnessed, or if, as Saragar says, if he can be bridled. And
Yeah,
if I can bridle him and get him to kind of, you know, just be broken in a way where he will serve us instead of being a live wire, his skills are extraordinary as a soldier. And, you know, and in this case, he needs those kind of like crazy wild skills, you know, guys who just don't give a fuck and are willing to break the rules to go after this scumbag who's fucked with his sister.
yeah, and it's crazy because they kind of go AWOL to go to this little like this pleasure satellite where dude like kills someone. Like that page where he shoots dude, where he assassinates the dude. That's
Yeah.
actually fucking cool ass shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's like Strowman doing like some of his great. I mean, the stuff that you know him for later on. Like it's like he's showing he had this design sense
Mm.
now. You know, like that shot, like, you know, there's 4 shots of, I mean, 6 shots, right? Of the
Yes.
assassination. It's like you in the crosshair for 2 shots, and he's shot dead. Then he's falling for 3 panels. I mean, that's
Yeah.
like the cool stuff that he always does.
You're right. It's page
And
14 right there.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you realize you're like, oh, this is where he like he's I mean, he's flexing. He's like trying stuff out that he's always wanted to do. It feels like
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
my head,
Yeah.
like if I would do this, you know.
Oh, 100%.
Um,
And look at the very next page, man. Page 15, also starting to look like Stroman. Look at those two women on either side in the foreground, just with the
right,
wild alien outfits and the smiles on their faces and the unique facial features. And then the woman who looks like she's propositioning Saragar with the crazy half naked outfit on panel 3. And
right,
I
right,
mean,
right.
these are all like Larry Stroman just totally flexing and like coming into his own with these very unique sort of characters that we'll see later in Stroman's work. You know, even like, you know, with Tribe later, we'll start to see Stroman getting more and more into drawing wacky, unique looking characters. And you see just a lot of the seeds for all that just on page 15 right here in Alien Legion.
For
He's an
sure.
extraordinary artist at drawing different types of body types too. Like he can draw
Yeah.
like a heavier woman, like the waitress here in the left of panel 1. And like all of his other women characters, they're not just like skinny minis with like tiny waists, the way that most American comic artists were drawing women back then. Larry Stroman from the beginning is drawing much more realistic, full-figured women, and it's something else that separates and makes his art just extra awesome at this time,
Yeah. Well,
and
yeah. I
still.
mean, it reminded me when we did the Thriller episode, and I was telling you, it's like, like Dennis Cowan, the way he was drawing the black people. Like he
Right.
was giving everyone kind of like a different kind of like, like like they felt more. I know that I remember that one janitor guy in that one scene that in that warehouse. It was the school bus thing. That one issue was like he really felt like an old man, and he didn't feel like the kind of old man like the guy who delivered the mail to like the Fantastic Four old man, like that guy. But he felt like an old man, like a guy like who'd worked a poor life, been poor all his life. Like it's
Yeah.
really interesting work, and Stroman does this kind of stuff here too, where he's like giving you different types, like you said, different body types, just different. I mean, like all of it's interesting. The fight scene here between these people, like like the way that he draws like Grimrod is different. It's a little chunkier, a little stockier, you know. But this issue again, like plot wise, like they're after this guy. What's his name? Is uh,
Oh yeah, what
uh
is his name? The bounty hunter dude. Was it Cordal or
yeah.
Cordan? Something like
Yeah.
that.
His name is Cordar. Cordar.
Yeah.
I mean, and they go and they do this like kind of adventure to like break into his place, but he's not there. And they're there at the space dock, and he's, like, okay, we can get him there, and that's when he like, tries to confront like Grimrod. They get in the big fight. I mean, this looks like this fight looks like some panels from Tribe. Like it's
Hmm.
like he's kind of fully realized himself with what he's doing. Like the background on what's that page? Probably is it page 23 now? Maybe I guess read page 23 where it's like that. There's that when Grimrod and the guy and Cordar are
Oh yeah.
facing off like
Oh
face to face.
yes. Yeah. All the speed lines going to like that center kind of like
Yeah, it's kind of like
circle.
a sun thing from
Yeah.
like
That's
who
like a
does that
manga.
movie?
That's like a manga looking
Yeah,
panel. Like that looks like
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah.
manga
Like
shit.
it's from
Which,
Akira type of thing,
oh my god, totally. It's so unusual for like a Marvel epic comic of that time. Yeah, you're right. That's
It's pretty
really
crazy,
unique.
I mean, and then and look, and then it's like like you think what's cool about this is that Grimrod is gonna catch this guy, but he gets incapacitated in the chase in this little gravity thing. I thought that was a cool. That's like that'd be so cool to see a fight like this in a gravity chamber where they got those little cables to pull themselves down. I mean, that's really fucking cool. So this it's up to Saragar to come in to handle the fight where he fights the guy that the guy who swindled him out of all his money and
Yeah.
beat his sister up. And they
Yeah.
have this really awesome fight. These two snake characters
Yes.
fight, and it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
I mean, like they're using those tails and shit, and like
Yep.
they're whooping on each other and stuff like that. It's pretty fucking dope. But he like gets the final hit and knocks this guy the fuck out. And the cool thing was the whole time he was saying to Jugger Grimrod and Torqa Dun, "We take him dead or alive. We take him dead or alive." And
Yeah.
and and Grimrod's like, well, "Okay, we'll take you dead." And he could kill him here. Like
Yeah.
Sarah could kill this guy, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Now,
And the thought balloons, Chris, right there. The thought balloons, like you were saying, the thought balloons are the key that sort of let us inside. Like have a little window into what Saragar's thinking at that very moment.
but what's really dope is at the end is like Torqa Dun stop balloon. He goes, maybe I might be able to blackmail the captain for a couple of weeks. I'm like, damn, dude, he's such
Yeah.
a mercenary.
Yeah.
He's such a
Yeah.
great character because he's always like, where's my angle? Where's my
Yeah.
angle?
Totally.
Where's
It's
my
vicious.
angle?
Yeah, you're right. It's true. Like you get even these little asides from all the characters in every issue. It's like everyone is in character and you get just a little bit of their personality always. And it's such a cool thing with a cast this huge to get these little reminders of how everyone's got their own agenda.
Yeah, it's crazy. I tell you what's really cool. Here's something I never noticed before. On the last page of this issue, uh, the top there,
Yeah.
there's a guy named the guy named Miko, the ESPer.
Yeah.
He's got a bionic arm. Do you see his bionic arm?
Oh yeah.
I never noticed that
That's right.
before.
That's right. And
What
he's like and
makes
he's
this
working out by
issue?
the way in that panel just randomly. They're all working out in the background too.
Yeah, they're doing stuff. What makes this issue vintage Alien Legion?
The
Just
ending.
vintage Alien Legion is
Yeah.
this last page.
Oh, it's
Where
so
Cirocco is
so
like, "Hey,
fucked up.
this is so fucked up." He's
It
like,
is.
"Hey, what's with my sister? Did you wake up from her coma yet?" "Oh yeah. And did she ask to speak with me?" "No, she didn't. She wants to speak with the fucking dude who whooped her ass. That's who
Yeah.
she's still into." And then he's like, "Yeah, well, dude, you can't do anything because it's business and military, so we're gonna cut that off." And then he almost cries, you know.
Yeah.
But it's so
Yeah.
fascinating because it's like, you know what? It's like their relationship is that domestic abuse relationship
Right.
where it's just. I think at the time when I was a kid and I read this, I didn't understand that because I didn't know anybody who had been in a relationship like that. There was nobody's parents that I know that fall like that, and I was too young to have known someone who had been in a situation like that. Now that I'm way older, and I think about it, it's like, oh yeah, like that kind of like protect the person who whips like that codependency kind of love thing that is so volatile and explosive in that. Like it's like this is a more true to life ending than
Oh
almost
yeah.
anything,
Oh, 100%. 100%. It's
and
so realistic.
it's just but it's sad because every
Yeah.
every issue, these guys
It's true.
just don't. It's just like, "Yeah, we're gonna fuck you with the emotional." I mean, look, let me tell you right now, this is a TV show. This network will be like, "Fuck you, you can't end every episode like this.
Every
You can't
fucking
end
episode, they can't lose. They can't always lose.
you can't." No, they win. No, look,
But
like Netflix, they
not
win.
emotionally.
They
Not
win.
emotionally,
No,
Chris.
no. They
They're
win on
always
the bullshit. The real stuff they
yes.
lose every fucking time. Every fucking
It's
time.
true.
It's so brutal. It's
Yeah.
so brutal. It's insane. It's insane. It's so good. Except for this next issue.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh, hold on. Last thing, just before we leave this issue, I just want to point out one other panel. Just if we go back to page 18. I know no one else cares about this, but I just want to point out page 18. Look at just the sister where she's like waking up in that moment where she screams, "He's going to kill me," and there's like the poison
Yeah.
gas in the room or whatever. That one panel is like such an interesting departure from kind of the way that everything else is drawn. That looks almost Sinkovich, like Bill Sienkiewicz.
Yeah.
um that one panel, and again it's just like this moment where I'm like, oh shit, Larry Stroman is going to be doing some wild shit on this book, and he's going to have a very unique style, because that panel right there shocked me, just seeing that, like, oh wow, this is
Well,
getting
what's cool about this
very
panel
stylized.
it's interesting you say that about how it's kind of like Sienkiewicz. It's interesting because the way it's colored.
Yes.
It's got that green kind of thing in the middle. I mean, like, so, and the rest of the panel's not like that. Like it's like it's a
Yeah. And
it's
totally,
like
man. Shout out to the colorist, by the way, Bob Sharon, I believe it is. We haven't
yeah,
mentioned
I
his
think so
name
too.
enough, but there's some really great coloring going on in this book throughout. There's some really great choices being made.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really cool. I mean, I love the fact that they have that like there's that sedative to like knock you the fuck out because you don't hurt yourself. She's not really in a coma. She's in I don't know. She's in. I
Like
mean, what she got?
she's being held prisoner, and there's some kind of gas that knocks her out, and
How
like it's
much is she
fucked
being
up.
held prisoner? No, she's in a hospital, right? Is she in a
Is that
hospital?
is it? I guess that's what it is, but it looks fucked up the way it's drawn. Like she's like
Yeah, well, I
basically,
mean,
yeah.
let's look. I think it's because they're trying to keep her from hurting herself.
Right. I think that is what it
So
is.
it's got those restraints on her and stuff like that. But it is fucked up. I
Yeah.
mean, but again, okay, again on page 19 though, this scene with Sargar comes into the apartment, you know,
Yeah,
those,
great
those
panels.
those 4 panels in the middle where he's
Oh,
like gonna break. That's like, I mean,
it's
there's a lot of
amazing.
artists who do this, but it's kind of like what I recall when Strowman was doing like X Factor or something like that.
Yes.
This like he's a genius at doing this, like knowing where to place
Yes.
this thing to like to break the time, like to compartmentalize the time that in like 4 or 5 panels kind of thing. It's
Great
really
call.
interesting.
I'm so glad
It's
you
really,
pointed that
really
out, Chris, because I think I didn't appreciate how brilliant that page is. But now that you pointed out, it's one of those rare storytelling moments, I think, for a comic book artist, where if you just kind of let your eyes wash across those panels with Saragar, the snake dude, kind of sort of slithering over to break through the window through these Venetian blinds in like a very noir kind of like sci-fi setting. It actually just looks like realistically like the way you could imagine a snake dude's tail adjusting very quickly to break through a window. It reads weirdly realistically, like the movements and the motions like they work. And
yeah,
that page is just gorgeous. Again, Bob Sharon killing it with the coloring and the purples on that page and the
yeah,
purple and the pink at the top. But this page looks like it could be an X Factor page. Like you're right. This feels much more like Stroman, like fully formed almost, where you're getting those great jagged design elements.
yeah. I mean that last panel where Sargar is shooting you looking at his back, like the
Yeah.
way that his like the armor looked, like all that is just like, yeah, it's him.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just,
gorgeous. Yeah, like this is Larry Stroman. This is a unique voice in American comics.
yeah, it's like there. It's really awesome. Yeah. So the next issue
Yep.
is it's called The Official Death of Jugger Grimrod. Um, again, it's Stroman again. This is him, same teams, Zelenetz, Stroman, and Emberlin, and Sharon, and Phil Felix on the letters. And this is where you get, this is a full, this is another, this is the second full story about Jugger Grimrod. You know, like there was the one earlier with the Chris Warner art, but this one is like, here's the Assassin's Guild. They want him taken out because he knows so much shit. I mean, he's a threat to them. And these quick panels of like, oh, he gets killed in every panel. They realize they're just robots, and these assassins are just practicing on how to kill him, and it's pretty awesome. This thing, you know, they're like, okay, let's go kill this dude, and this is a great issue because I guess what was this? This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5, right? First time we see women legionnaires. Page 5. I think it's
Yes,
fascinating.
and it's taken quite a while. It's taken
Yeah,
perhaps
so
too
this is in
long
what?
to see a woman legionnaire in this book, but I'm very happy that it's finally happened.
Yeah, because it's like, I think it's interesting because like Strowman, you know, like there's a woman who's like her pants are down, she's pulling on her pants, and this other woman is like doing some sort of like calisthenics, and another woman is just standing there. It's like he draws women with such kind of like a he gives them all their own personalities. Like their physicality also affects their personality. It feels like, you know.
Yes.
And then it's this story about Jugger Grimrod where he's, oh, these assassins, they're not trying to kill him up front. They're trying to torture him. They have this weird ass gun. This is a really cool idea for a gun. I mean, it's like the gun, when it hits you, it makes you think about your most painful memory. I thought,
This is a fucked up gun, Chris.
I mean, I thought that was kind of fucking like, it's kind of brilliant use of science fiction. It's just you know, whatever, and then and it's like, oh, I'm gonna make you think about the times where you really fucked up in life, and and we flash back and see like this crime, this assassination that Jugger did that got him caught. Now this middle panel, this must be on what is it, five? What was that? That was 5. 8. This one on
Yes.
8. You know, like the one that shot in the face. You know, in the
Yeah.
head.
Yep.
Like that's like that feels like a Panda Brothers panel from fucking Grendel.
Hmm. I could kind of see that. Yeah. it's a shocking panel too. Like you literally see the whatever that is it a gun or a laser
Laser.
blast
It's a laser
laser
because
blast
it's
yeah going
well,
right
it's a laser
through
because
this.
she's shot on the that whatever that one side of her face, and it's, the skin is like is popping like chunks on
Yeah,
one side, but on
yeah,
the side where it's coming out, like all her skin is like melting off. Like that's like
yeah,
fucked up.
yeah,
That's
you're
real
right.
fucked up.
It's a very very fucked up, very graphic headshot.
But and then we're back and this is like when and so he's been like kind of suffering, he's trying to get out of the memory,
Yeah,
the
yeah, and by the
whole
way,
issue.
like, wait, maybe let me just point out, Chris, that, Jugger makes a joke as he shoots and kills that woman in that gruesome way too. Like, the dialogue in that panel is him laughing.
Oh yeah.
Just as you're describing how horrific it is, I'm just noticing, like, yeah, Jugger says, "No joke, Jugger's me name, har." Just
Yeah,
as he
I mean
bl
it's kind of wild.
just crazy.
It's kind of wild. But see, what's interesting here is that when I don't know what's happening, it's not explained about why they want him dead. Like in this scene here, like it's like that assassination. It's like it was a setup for him because those lawmen, somebody in those lawmen who's an assassination guild. You find out later, supposed to kill him and doesn't. Like doesn't have the opportunity to. And then we're back, and he's back in the president. He's back on the obstacle. He's back on the obstacle force, and his mind is like beginning to unravel and like from the memory, and he's just kind of pissed off at everybody that he's around. They're in the barracks, they're not happy with him. He picks a fight with someone because they're kind of laughing at him, but then there's this little moment where we get thinking about, like with Zerod, about how he's too old. you know he's like, I don't appreciate him mollycoddling me. I love it. That's such a crazy ass line. um but he's sleeping. He gets shot again with the brain with the gun, and he's got another memory about when he was in prison, but he was in
Yeah,
solitary.
yeah, and by the way, like, the dude comes up on him and shoots him in the in the head with this crazy gun while he's sleeping here, like,
Yeah,
literally asleep in the barracks or whatever, and this dude fucking sneaks in and says, "As far as anyone can tell, I'm just another sentry making rounds. Only my laser rifle is actually the disguised Numnray. By day, by night, you'll suffer, Grimrod, suffer for my brother's death. Only then will you deserve to die." And this is like
yeah,
this kind of like awesome looking fucked up little lizard alien with like a almost like a monocle goggle. Like it's a cool looking
yeah.
alien.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He kind of looks like the creature from Enemy Mine.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Like I could totally see that. Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's another this memory with Grimrod when he's in solitary confinement, and this is like again what we were saying earlier about like how this comic explores the neuroses of people in ways that you wouldn't necessarily get. Like he's afraid of confined spaces, and he gets
Yeah.
nauseous and like throwing up and all this kind of craziness, and it's like he can't be in that prison cell. And it's like pretty awesome that this hard ass character has this type of fear that he keeps so hidden from everybody, as part of the Legion, and he wakes up from this sort of like or this induced nightmare, and he goes fucking crazy. And
Yeah.
they put him in jail. They put him in like a little holding cell prison for the Legion, like to say, "Hey, you're fucking up." He tries to kill someone, tries to kill Dirge with a blade, um, and then his brain starts to like collapse again. Like he's having his own. He's not even being shot, but he's now in prison, and it's a confined space, and he can't handle it. This strong man that we thought was like a mean ass, motherfucker who can take anything is so callous, so cynical. But you see that he's not. You see that he's got this, like, I don't say a soft side, but there's the humanity to him is that he's afraid of confined spaces. He's afraid of being locked up. He's afraid of being, and then he confesses to Saragar
Yeah.
his whole backstory.
And
I
Sarrigar comes
fucking
to
broke.
see him. Sarrigar
Yeah,
comes to see
Saragar
him
comes to
there
see him. They're like,
alone. They have a moment,
yeah,
you know.
Oh yeah, because
And
he's trying to like talk about how like I wonder if I can like you said, can he like harness like Grimrod's, fucking his craziness, and make him work for the Legion. And
yeah,
and then he finds out for like fucking Grimrod's, story. Like he was to prison and he killed these guys and he escaped. And then like Cirocco, like completely out of character, was like, I'm gonna hook you. I'm gonna do you a solid. I'm gonna do you a solid. I'm gonna let you out, and we're gonna, and we're gonna lay a trap with these assassins, and we're gonna save your life. And it's kind of like I think he threatened him about, well, I mean, I did that, that option to you to kill that bounty hunter. Are you gonna fuck
yeah,
me?
yeah, yeah. He does say, "I'm begging you. I've seen. You've seen me charge into battle, braver than anyone in the squad. That ain't no lie. And didn't I help you hunt down that mercenary?" So yeah, so there he's like calling out the favor he did for Saragar with his sister, and then here's where we get the word balloons again coming in extremely strongly to let us know Saragar's thought process in this moment. And Saragar says, convicts are not supposed to be enlisted, Legion rules, and yet he's right. I wasn't supposed to go off hunting the mercenary Kordar on my own. And so we see this over and over again, Chris, that Saragar, the leader of the Nomad Squadron here, is just incredibly reflective. And he's constantly interrogating himself and his own actions in a way that is like really compelling for this guy who's supposed to be the tough leader of all these super tough aliens. And Sargar's kind of arguing with himself, like, well, he's kind of like, Jugger's got a point. I wasn't supposed to do that other shit. And then he goes on to think to himself in a thought balloon, that too was against the rules, and Grimrod is as good as he knows he is. Maybe I could win his confidence, use that to bridle him. And then he says, all right, Legionnaire, suit up. And that's it. Like
Yeah.
Sargar's, yeah, man, like I'm gonna hook you up and you're gonna owe me one.
Yep. Yep. And then he goes and they do this little thing where they trick the assassins, and then he's like, okay, cool, let's do this. And he's like, whoa, 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 Sargar, you let me do this on my own. I'm gonna kill these people. I do this part on my own. He's like, okay, if you can handle it, then go ahead. And he goes and he fights these guys and he kills all the assassins. But what's really dope, this is like the dope kind of storytelling. This is the dope like payoff work that you do as a writer that you really want to do. I mean, this would be really cool if this was done as a show. This part here at the end where he's gonna go into the cave at night to hunt the guy down.
Yeah.
It's cool because it's like he has to go in and confront the agoraphobia, whatever
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
defiant
totally.
that he
Yes, you're
has,
right.
which is
Yeah.
great. And he's not really an effective fighter in this environment, but he still knows that if I don't kill this guy, I'm fucked. And but he's crawling away, like he's like, I can't, no air to breathe. He says in his thought balloon, like, and he's like, you can breathe. You just your mind's playing tricks on you. And then he finally kind of like gets that blade out at the last second, you know. And it's like, again, it's like the self doubt. All these characters, their self doubt rolls out like in their thought balloons in a way that is really fucking cool. This humanizes everybody in a way that I think is really fascinating. Like it doesn't matter what your exterior thing you present, you there's more to you than that. It's more realistic than most comics, than most storytelling, because most stuff you see is fictional because you get to hear what they're thinking that contradicts everything they're doing physically.
And it
Just
always
like
does. And it almost
always.
always does. Like their thoughts are just never what they're saying. So the subtext is so real, but it is just a brilliant use of the comic book medium, that was, like we talked about before on the show, just a device that was respected for many decades in comics that came to fall out of fashion as being like goofy and silly. The word balloons, along with sound effects and so many of the traditional sort of comic booky tropes that people start to think weren't mature enough, but used properly like they are here in Alien Legion, word balloons just like sound effects, are just another tool in the toolbox of a cartoonist and a comic book making team. Like, there's no reason you can't use word balloons as they're doing here to really, brilliant effect. And we should mention too that the title of the story pays off, of course, at the end here, the official death of Jugger Grimrod, because we have Saragar getting on to the comm link or whatever with one of his commanders and says, Legionnaire Grimrod was just killed in an ill-fated anti-grav maneuver only today. And they say, okay, well, please log the appropriate compute data at once. Over. I was just about to, sir. Over and out. And so Saragar's doing this to basically help protect Jugger and protect Jugger Grimrod and keep him safe. If people think he's dead, he realizes Grimrod's got other enemies and all that. And now Jugger is officially dead, and Saragar knows that Jugger's going to owe him a big ass favor.
Well, huge favor, because he says, I'll log your death, then provide you with a new computer ID. So he's just not even. It's like
he's so corrupt all of a sudden. He's like, I got you.
It's wild. It's wild. It's so wild. I mean, this is the thing that. This is one of these endings. It's like, hey, we fucked you emotionally for the last 5 issues. Here, we'll give you like a big win.
Yeah,
we'll let you know this is a big win emotionally for all characters involved. It's really, really cool. This next issue is our last Stroman issue in this small run, and this is the issue that introduces Tamara, who through later issues becomes a huge character. I mean, people love this. Like, I remember the time everyone began to love this character because it was like, oh, here's a woman who's actually part of Nomad Squad.
Right.
Like, as opposed to the one before, they're just there at the training facility. This is an interesting issue because it zeroes in on like Z-Rod and his ageism and his fear about his age. I mean, they kind of like were like tickling it in for 3 issues, and here it is, boom. It's like this a major turning point for this character where he doesn't feel he can cut it anymore. And then, there's like and then this is a cool issue because it's all these captions. It's like it's the narration in this told by Tamara. And
Yes.
when it's talking, like you don't know who it is until you're a few pages into the book, and then she takes her helmet off, and you see that classic Stroman hair where it's like, it's fully realized.
Oh man, it's gorgeous, man. Like that, when I got to these pages, Chris, I was so happy because I was like, oh fuck yeah. I was afraid we might not see the fully formed kind of Larry Stroman that I wanted to see in these pages, but here it is, big time. Like, also,
it's totally here.
Like, really, right? Like even the page right before, I was gonna text you this page also earlier, just a picture of it. Page 4, like right before the page where Tamara kind of reveals herself. Page 4 is such a beautiful page where we just get the headshots of all the legionnaires and just like a little bit about each of them. Like, that's a page of original art that would just look gorgeous framed on a wall, and it's such a great series of headshots of the crew. And then the next page equally would look gorgeous framed right next to it with the debut of Tamara. Takes off her helmet, and like you said, we realize, oh shit, that's who's been narrating the whole story. Who's she? Oh my god, new legionnaire.
Yeah. And it's cool that it's like there's that little tension between her and Z-Rod because she's the young recruit and he's the old guy. I think that's a really cool kind of like story it's a story dynamic, that makes this and here it is. What that was, page 4, 5, 6, page 6 is that little that shot of her when she's listening, when she's being dissed by him, like that's a great reaction shot.
Oh, that's page 7, I think, on my that reaction shot. That was a panel I wanted to call out anyways, just for the hair, like that great squiggly flowing Stroman hair. But you're right, it's her listening to herself being dissed off panel.
Yeah, I mean, it's dope. It's
dope. It's really great.
It's like
so good.
What he does in this. She's such a cool character because I think what happens in this issue with her. See, I think I was telling you this before, and was that like if you were doing this as a TV show, this would have to be your main character. Like this would be your first episode.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yep.
because it's like, hey, let's bring the new person in. It's their first time in the squadron. It's their first time, and the way they like, like meet everybody the first time. It's us meeting everybody the first time. But this is like what issue 20? I don't know. Was it 16, 17,
Yeah,
16,
yeah.
12? It's like it's 2 years into the book. You get your first woman. It's your first new person who's into the squad. I mean, which I think is it's kind of crazy. He waited this
It-
long to introduce somebody new,
yeah.
but it could be anybody new, but this person new, and she's got so much like there's so much vitality to this character, like on the page.
Oh yeah.
Again on page 9, this little slit panel where she hears the gun. Um,
Oh yeah, yeah.
the second panel was like she hears the gun click, and
It's
it's
a
like
great
that's like
panel.
some more fucking great Stroman fucking art, man. Like his design, this page, just the
Oh
panel
yeah,
layout is
that's a
like
great page,
fucking
man. Even look at that next panel, Chris. The very next one where she blows the creature away and she turns around and like swings around and like fires her blaster in a way that looks very odd but dramatic. Like you can imagine just how quickly she makes that motion with her
yeah,
blaster. It's very unusual body posture, but it looks super realistic. You can feel the motion and like Stroman, yeah, is just so great. And I agree with you. Tamara's character is just such a cool looking character, and we got to give Stroman tremendous credit for the design of just like what this new legionnaire looks like, because I'm sure it's all Stroman here.
yeah, oh yeah, because I'm sure that like well, I mean, look, I mean, like he loves women because the way he draws them is such
Yes.
they're so dynamic everything he does, and it's like he probably said to Zealots, he's like Frank is like there's no women in this book,
Yeah, right. Or Alan Zelenetz.
Yeah, Alan. Yeah, can we put someone in here because later on, in like the Dark Horse issues of these, like she's a huge character later on. She's
Mm,
just I think she becomes more popular. I think the book begins to like it brings a different readership now because there's a female in it. Like
yeah.
women might read it now and stuff like that. So I mean, and this is a cool story because it's just this clash of like the old guard and the young guard. I mean, she does
Yes.
all these cool things where like I mean, like she like lies to Saragar about to protect Zero from looking like a chump. I mean, and he's
Yeah,
up
and
here talking.
when she lies to Sarkar, by the way, I just want to point out that moment when she's lying to him, her body posture looks so interesting. That panel, like panel 11, where she's saying like, then Zerod warned us, sir, but I guess I was so eager to bring back water to my comrades, my thirsty comrades, I rushed right into the woods. If I hadn't caused the distraction, I'm sorry. But just that panel, like, look at just the way Stroman draws her body, like her hands behind her back. She's standing
Yeah,
up extra straight. Like, that's such a thoughtful sort of decision on Stroman's part to draw her standing extra upright with her head kind of bowed because she knows
yeah,
she's lying. She's lying to her commanding officer. That's just brilliant cartooning.
yeah. He's so good. He's so
Yeah.
good with all this. He's just so good. Um, And then she comes in and she whispers to Zerod, hey, I fucking lied, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's this really interesting moment.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then, she finds him, and then he comes to find her and he explains about his fucked up life. And she's like, no, you're actually cool. You give us this whole sense of stuff to me. That's maybe, yeah, you're an inspiration to us. And then she explains her life, how she went on that that travel thing where she was put in like the cryogenic sleep and missed all of her family. And so she's like another character who's joined the Legion because her family ties are fucked. She has no more family ties, and it's just kind of interesting story point to make. I mean, it follows along the way they all are, like in a way. I think actually what's really cool about this character too. I noticed it more with her than almost like than almost fucking anybody else. She has white eyes.
Yeah. Yes, she does. There's no pupils to her eyes. They're all white. And Stroman makes really dramatic use of that in some of these panels here.
I mean, it's like that with other characters, like with Z-Rod and maybe with like Saragar, but it's different with her. It's like the way that he does it with her. I mean, because her face is so soft in a lot of these images, the way it's drawn, and then the white eyes feels like it's almost like she's looking straight through you. It's a pretty cool. It's a cooler technique of when it's used on her than with these other people.
Yes.
And then the rest of it is more kind of battle. They're fighting these like savages who've gotten these weapons, and there's a legionnaire who got kidnapped. I guess is dead. They're trying to figure that out, and there's just big fights. Everyone just this massive, massive battle, hand to hand battle, gun battle. Just pretty fucking brutal. Like one of these kind of like like Braveheart type of battles and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of filters into that, and then we get a great moment with Tamara's like, it's cool how it's like she's super strong because she's from that planet with like the different gravity, so she's able to like
Mm-hmm.
fight better. I thought that was a cool. I think that's a cool touch to say. Oh, yes, she's a woman, but she's stronger than everyone else because of that, and it kind of
Yes.
like it doesn't give her a superpower per se, but it is a superpower, and it's pretty cool. I mean, if she's like so dynamic, I mean, like this, like these 2 pages where she's fighting is like some shit that like you'd see in like a Master of Kung Fu. Like it's so kind of dynamic with all the kind of
Yes.
fighting, but it's got that kind of like typical kind of like Stroman style of panel design and like the page design for panels and what's the compositions within the panels. He's just fucking really dope. Like this
Yeah.
one where she's like flipping. It's like, dude, like I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a shame what happened to him as a as a as a comic artist because he's so good. Like he's so fucking good
He's incredible.
with like with the dynamics, with the foreshortening, with like like can you imagine if he was doing like a Batwoman or something like that? If he
Oh
like
man.
modern day Bat. I mean, yeah, it's too
Yeah,
bad.
it's another story like we talked about with Trevor Von Eden of one of these artists who is just so brilliant in the 80s, like really like one of the greatest artists in mainstream comics, and it's heartbreaking that someone who's that incredibly good just disappears from comics for a shockingly long period. And I know Larry like left the industry and went off and did other things, I think for over a decade, maybe 10, 15 years. It was quite a while. And I think it was a huge loss to comics because Larry Stroman was a phenomenal artist and is a phenomenal artist. And but the work he was doing was just extraordinary
Yeah,
on
yeah,
on
well, I
everything
think
he did back then. Alien Legion, X Factor, all of it.
'cause I think you told it wasn't Tribe like one of these books that sold like a million copies for
Oh
like the.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Tribe sold like literally like I think it was like I don't know, we should look it up, but I think it was like a one of those massive sellers from Image Comics, and it's just shocking. I think it was it was sold a I'll look it up right now, but I think it sold an insane amount of copies, and then for whatever reasons, it didn't really last very long. Tribe unfortunately did not have a very long run. I think it only did one or
Yeah,
two
did
issues
but I
at
mean,
Image.
but I'm wondering why. I actually want to look this up. I don't know why. I bet there's a backstory to what happened with Tribe that we don't know about. It's not.
Yeah.
It has to be because there's other books that Image put out that didn't do as well that lasted as long.
Oh yeah,
That
there has to be a story there, and I don't remember what that story is if I've heard it
wait,
before.
didn't he like write it with
Yeah,
someone?
yeah. Todd Johnson, I believe, was his co-creator on Tribe.
Did they have a falling out? I bet. I
They
mean,
they may have. They were friends. They were good friends, I believe. And I don't
because I remember you were
know.
telling me that he was like a security guard for like a long time or some
I
shit.
remember hearing Larry Stroman give a talk at like a panel or something that was rebroadcast on a podcast I heard. And yeah, he talked about when he left the industry, he worked for a time as a security guard. And I mean, to me, that's just so tragic because, again, this is a guy who's one of the fucking greatest comics artists of his era at that time, leaving comics for whatever reasons and then working as a security guard, which it's heartbreaking to me just as a comics fan and a huge Larry Stroman fan because I would have loved to have had more Stroman art during that period. But he said that at one point he had a guy pull a gun on him, and that was one of those moments where he thought to himself like, okay, what am I doing? like, maybe this isn't the right job for me. Maybe I do need to get back to art or whatever it was, but that was kind of a flashpoint for him, if I
He
recall
was saying
correctly.
it's a
Yeah, yeah,
security
yeah. He
guard.
yeah, he
It's
was saying
something about.
at that job, someone pulled a gun on him at one point. I don't know if it was the first time or the last time, but that he had that thought of, just like, shit, maybe this isn't the job for me either. And he has come back to comics to an extent, and he's definitely been drawing again, and he's done some independent work, and he's very active on Facebook, and I know he does a lot of commission work, and he's still a phenomenal artist.
See,
He's an
I
amazing
mean, like,
talent.
I think the thing that like I would surmise happened is don't know. It's just me speculating. He's working for Marvel and DC, doing this stuff, doing X Factor and things like that. He leaves to go with the Image guys to do the Image stuff.
Yeah,
That pisses off the powers that be in Marvel and DC.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't
And
doubt that at all.
and then he doesn't get to work anymore because at that time, like it's such a the industry was. I mean, those
But
people who were in charge then, the powers that be then, are probably. I hate to say it. I'm sure they're more racist. Than, I mean,
yeah.
whatever. I mean, they're not any more racist than what they are now. But well, maybe that's not true. But I mean, that's my own kind of theory. But I would assume that like he got. I'm assuming that he couldn't stay in the game because if he couldn't get work at Marvel and DC, then where does he work? And then
That's the weird thing though, because Tribe, I just looked it up. Tribe sold over 1 million copies, and it stands as the best selling African American comic book from African American creators of all time. So the best selling comic ever from Black comic creators. Sold over 1 million copies. So it is an open question, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Maybe he's talked about it, I'm sure, elsewhere. But yeah, why not keep going with Tribe, even if Marvel and DC, would not have welcomed him back at that moment? Because yeah, obviously
well,
that's a
you could
huge
you do that.
success.
Look, look. We know from the Rob Liefeld podcast and Heroes Reborn or something like that, that those issues, that maybe some other issues, the way that Image was set up, they were making you pay. Um, like there was some kind of thing that he was saying that Todd McFarlane was kind of. There was something to do about the way Todd was setting up the company to that you to kick in a certain amount of money, based upon like the number of books you did, you know.
Oh yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, because Rob was complaining about that because it wasn't fair because Rob was publishing so many books. Yeah, it was like you had to kick in like $5,000 or $4,000 to Image Central for every book you published, and because Rob through Extreme was publishing like fucking 16 different books, like he was like, hey, well that's not fair. I'm having to fucking put like whatever it is, 50, 60 grand into Image Central, 40 grand, whatever the fuck, and Todd's only having to pay 4 grand a month because he's publishing one book. And I think that might have been part of the reason why Rob ultimately wanted to leave and set up,
Oh, it totally is too. But
maximum press, do his own thing. But I mean, shit,
I'm
Stroman and Johnson were just doing one book though, and it was sold over 1 million copies. Like, yeah,
but
we should
I'm
find
just
that
wondering
story.
if there was something financial about why that book didn't last for them. Because here's the thing: there's no book that like, or was there like production? I don't know what it was, but I remember loving that book
Yeah,
the first couple of issues, and then I could, maybe it was, but see, that was back in the time when a lot of those Image books weren't being able to be published on like a consistent schedule.
yeah,
There'd be these long delays between like Wetworks 1 and like 2 was like 2 years or some shit like that. I think that Wilson Production had some little family problem, but all those Image books had a bad reputation on like the delivery, and like the consistent like every month you're gonna get a book. And I something might be the thing with him,
well, here's something I just found because I'm doing research as we're talking here. Because I am baffled by this because selling over 1 million copies of a comic at that time at Image or whenever, like that's a huge financial windfall for the creators, right? Like you can imagine, Chris, like like that's a massive financial windfall. That's many, many hundreds of thousands of dollars. So here's a blog that says, after some digging, I found an old forum discussion on CBR about this very subject of why Tribe was canceled. From the mouth of one of Image's founders, Eric Larson, we're told basically that it was because the thing was delayed beyond all high heaven. Even the first issue was, quote, months late, and the issue 2 was, quote, nowhere in sight. Tribe wasn't being picked on. It was cut along with some other Image titles such as Trencher and Stupid, which are two books I've never heard of, says the blogger, but Trencher was obviously Keith Giffen.
Yeah.
And I think Stupid was was that a parody book they were doing? Hillary Barta, or was that Spit and Image? I don't remember. Anyways, so those are clearly Image had no ill will toward Tribe, but they were just discouraged about how the darn thing seemed to be made so slowly. Okay, well, that's the story, at least maybe coming from Eric Larson. Who knows if that's really the whole story? I would love to hear what Larry Stroman's take, what Todd Johnson's take was. I'm sure they have their own reasons why things went south at Image. But yeah, man, that would be fascinating to find out. But it's very tragic because I mean, Stroman's work was just so brilliant. I mean, it's heartbreaking how great it was.
I mean, I think that I know those books were late. I know that first book was delayed like 6 months or some shit like that. I know that second book like was over. It's probably like I mean the book was, I mean, like I said, it was like something where it's like I think like 2 issues came out in like 18 months or a year or something like that,
Yeah.
and that's just not what you can do to sustain an audience. I mean, and the thing is, he knows how to do a monthly book, or at least a bi-monthly book. No, he was doing X Factor, so he
He did
knows what
X
he needs
Factor.
to
He did a
do.
good run on X Factor, and his
Yeah,
X Factor looked amazing. Like
yeah.
it's
So
extraordinary looking. If you
it
please,
was like he
anybody listening to this, look up those Larry Stroman X Factor images. They're stunning.
wasn't like Peter David like writing those? Yeah, so it was like, I mean, so he knew how to do a monthly book. I don't know what the deal is about why the delay was. I mean, but also that it's like, look, those Image books, well, at least the way it is now. I'm not sure how it was then, but people weren't paying you up front, right? There was no
Oh
pays
yeah,
rate. It
they
was
never do hardly.
Yeah, so it was one of those things where it's like, could he afford to do the book?
After that first issue, I mean, shit. I would hope so. I know it takes a while to get the money coming in, and you don't get it like the next day, but still, I mean, like if you got that kind of windfall in the pipeline, I mean, it just, I would imagine, I mean, hey, it's real life. You and I know from screenwriting and from just life that life happens sometimes. And even if it's like your biggest job opportunity, windfall, financially, whatever, if your real life has personal stuff that's blowing up, it doesn't matter. Somebody might have died. There could have been health issues. Like I don't want to speculate, but obviously there's a million reasons why someone
Yeah.
blows deadlines, and you and I are both, well acquainted with a lot of those reasons. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
no, you're right. Yeah, I mean, we totally are. I mean, like, I don't know. I want to look into that because I don't. I mean, looking back at this work, I just was like, particularly this Tomorrow issue. It's like you forget how exciting he made the pages look. You just forget, and it's just like his skill at like his cartooning and the sequential storytelling, and I mean, like, there's people who can't do this, who like anywhere near this level, and there's like great kind of like facial expressions, like you said, that scene when Tomorrow's like standing like straight up. It's like the body language choices and like his ability to like tell the story visually is so powerful, and for him to fall off like he did is it's a mystery that I'd love to know. I love to know more about. I would love know more about it. But I don't know if I ever get to if I ever get the get to find out. I don't know. I mean, the rest of this issue is pretty fucking amazing. It's like Zerod gets convinced by Tomorrow that he's not too old, and he goes fucking berserk and he saves the day. He kills all the fucking creatures. And there's this great fucking this 2-page kind of splash panel where it's like he's like screaming, like his whatever, his mouth is all big, and then next page is like they're all dead. It's like that's just awesome art, awesome level of like command of the craft and storytelling, and just all the shit you want a comic artist to do, that you want a book to do. And it's a cathartic moment in the story for the character to like, he now believes in himself in a way that he hasn't, in like it's been building for 3 or 4 issues now, that he's not skilled, he's not capable, and he goes, no, I fucking am. I am able to do this still. and he proves it. And it's just like, I don't know, it's masterful. All this is masterful. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm curious. I'm curious to know what the fuck happened with this guy.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if we're lucky, we'll get Larry Stroman to come on the show and we could talk to him about all of this because he is
But you know what?
absolutely one of the greats. And I
You
would
know
think
what?
it'd be amazing to hear his story, directly coming from him.
For some reason, I think he did art on the um the Dark Horse issues.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he has returned to Alien Legion intermittently over the years, as have
Yeah.
Cirocco here and there, and certainly Carl Potts has continued to be involved. It's his baby. But I think you're right. Stroman, I think, has dipped in and out of the Alien Legion universe.
Yeah, because I think those issues, um uh those ones that are like those double sized like 48 pager ones or something like that that were published at Dark Horse. Like I remember covers of those. I remember Stroman did that art, like it's on Baxter paper and shit like that, and it's kind of like square bound. It's like I thought some of his best stuff because of like the printing process back then. Like you always could get better colors and stuff when you did that. Like those square bound Baxter paper books that that wasn't obviously on newsprint. They didn't have the paper they use now, whatever kind of they use some sort of glossier paper now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so that kind of wraps up our looking at the issues of Alien Legion.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, you know what, man? Looking at these Stroman X Factor images here, like I just as we're talking about Stroman, I am just like gobsmacked again by how brilliant this guy was, and him inking himself, which he does on some of these X Factor promotional images, is just gorgeous. Like it's really just stunning work, and it's so sharp, and the design is so crazy. We may have to look at some of this X Factor run at some point on our show because it would be just cool to chart the progression of his style. Because for me, he gets even more stylized when he hits X Factor.
yeah, oh for sure. I mean, because like, who's the team in that's not it's not the first X Factor team.
No, no, not at all. It's like that crazy looking character, strong guy. That dude, I think his name's Guido, but he's like super oversized. And I think you
Yeah.
have Polaris, and you have Quicksilver, and I think is it like Ronnie Wolfsbane, kind of the crazy werewolf looking girl.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
Stroman's
Yeah,
drawn the hell out of her fur. I mean, and the way he draws, like I think it's Polaris's hair, and then I think Wolfsbane's fur. I mean, he is just incredible at drawing fur, hair, anything of that sort. Like it's insane. And I think I don't know, I don't remember. I read this a million years ago. If that's like multiple man who has the trench coat there, I don't even know who the fuck.
oh yeah, yeah.
We'll
It's
find out.
um
Jamie
Jamie
Madrox. Jamie
Maddox.
Madrox. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Maddox, yeah.
yeah, we should look at this at some point because I can't get enough of Larry Stroman, man. The guy's just extraordinary.
Like what is that? Like is that 87? Is that when the book came out?
That's a good guess. 87's a good guess. Let me check the Larry Stroman Wikipedia. I think
I think it's 87.
that sounds
Because I think he went to that after this Alien Legion run he did.
yeah,
You
I think
know.
he did. I think that was the next major run he did. Um let's see. 87 to 90 um Alien Legion, and then Uncanny X-Men, X Factor. Okay, X Factor, he joined Peter David, regular artist from issue 71 to 81. Um, okay, it doesn't say where that. Hold on. Let me look up X Factor 71. Now we have to find out the exact date. X Factor 71. Do, do, do.
I mean, but it's possible that he could have been doing Alien Legion and X Factor because Alien Legion was a bi-monthly book.
Okay, actually, X Factor is way later than we thought. It's not till 91.
Wow.
Yeah, it's October 91. So he was on Alien Legion for a minute, and I think he did some other stuff like some fill-ins on X-Men and some other stuff. So he was really honing his craft and developing his style. And then I believe he went straight from X Factor to Image with the Tribe
New
launch.
Tribe, yeah, because see, here's the thing though, right? But if he's working on X books in like the late 80s, early 90s, like
Yeah.
those books are selling like 300, 400, 500,000 copies a month. Like, there's no way he wasn't getting money, or
He
getting
had to
money
be
from
getting money. I don't think X Factor, I don't think was selling 400,000 or 500,000, but you're right. It was probably selling 100 to 200,000. It was still a substantial amount of copies, I would guess, at that time in comics.
Yeah.
He also, I forgot, Larry Stroman drew some of Dark Stars, the DC book that Travis Charest also drew early issues of. So that's a crazy thing for Larry Stroman and Travis Charest, two of the most interesting artists of that era, to both
Fucking
draw.
Travis Charest, he's an artist too, so dope that the fact that he only did a little bit of work. I mean, his
Yeah.
style doesn't promote a monthly book,
No, no, to say the least.
but
Yeah.
the fact that he wouldn't just do maybe like a mini series every other year, or like a graphic novel every once in a while.
He
I
he
mean,
he is, though. He's doing them in Europe. He's doing European stuff. Like he's gotten sucked into the Alejandro Jodorowsky universe of, like, I think he's been drawing like a METABARONS book.
you know what?
Yeah.
But you know what? I never see. I mean, I would love to. His art is so good. I mean, I remember there was a there's a Wildcats he did that was
Oh
just like
yeah.
fucking
Oh.
brilliant.
Oh, amazing, amazing. He did an incredible run with Alan Moore on Wildcats, and then he did the Wildcats X-Men crossover as well,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
was wildly good, just no pun intended. It was just
Oh,
fucking, it was
and
dope. It
you know
was
what?
dope.
There was somebody who there was a backup in that X-Men. I mean, in that Wildcats. I think that James Robinson was writing. It
Mhm.
was some weird little story with some artist. I forget what this is called now, but it was this artist who only did that backup work, and he's one of my favorite artists. This is little backup story, it was like 2 or 3 issues, and it didn't even complete. It's like some weird kind of like pulp kind of story. I need to look up what that is. And we'll talk about it next time. But yeah, yeah, we got a lot to talk about still. So I guess that's gonna wrap up our extra long episode on Alien Legion,
on
published
on
by
Chris's
Epic
favorite comic
Comics.
ever.
Yeah, favorite comic ever. I mean, because look, the thing is, 16 issues of this, and they're not 30, they're 32-page issues. They're not 22. They're 30 or 32-page issues. So it's a lot of storytelling. The fantastic way that it blends like pathos with the politics and the war story is, I think, unparalleled. And what I love about it is this. Someone was telling me this one time, and I totally believe it. Is that you can tell every type of story you want to tell in a war story. Every genre,
That
or
that is fascinating. That's a fascinating statement.
it's like, and I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And as you go back to the history of war films, almost everything you think of is war comedy. Look, like there's even like this one called I Was a Male War Bride with Cary Grant, which was a rom-com war movie. You have movies like Stripes, which are straight up comedies.
Yeah,
You have movies
or
like
fucking Hogan's Heroes in the
Hogan's
POW
Heroes.
camp.
You've got like Saving Private Ryan, which is the hardcore type of thing. So it's interesting that the Alien Legion does this because it allows these guys to tell a lot of stories about a lot of people, about the human condition in a situation that is always life or death.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's really cool about war stories. That's what's really cool about the Alien Legion.
Yeah, that is a brilliant observation. I think that's a really sharp and succinct way to put it. And yeah, it did also strike me, like, while we were reading this, that there is something about just the idea of this particular war story, like you say, where it's like the stakes are so high every single time out that it's like the ultimate metaphor for life. Like, it's like we're all going through our daily lives. We've got our little family, quote unquote, of people that we bring together around us, our squadron, our nomad squadron, if you will, of all the fucking freaks that we gather as our friends in life, with our own fucked up families that we do or don't want to have in our lives. And so, life as war, like feels probably pretty accurate metaphorically for a lot of people, for everyone just kind of struggling with life, period.
It's true. It's
You know what I mean?
point.
And
Really
so,
good point.
yeah, so it's like, this is just like, it's a hyper compressed metaphor that I think resonates on a really deep level with everyone who feels like, whether it's fucking money or whether it's your health, whether it's your relationship, your family, your job, like so much of fucking life in America or anywhere, it does feel like you're at fucking war every day. You got so much stress and you don't know when you're going to die. You don't know when you're going to die. And you got friends and family who do die around you. And sometimes people die suddenly. And sometimes people are sick and people might, you know, be close to death and you don't know what's happening. And so, like, this life that we're all living has this unpredictable element of war. It's just that we're all kind of in a slow motion war, sort of stretched out over a long period of time. But
That's a great point.
you know what I mean? Like we've got that uncertainty still that hovers, like it's that sort of Damocles above all of our heads. We're all just kind of wondering, am I going to live that much longer? Are my loved ones going to live? Am I going to get any of my hopes and dreams that I'm still thinking about to actually come true? Or am I going to be like Torie Montroc suddenly and I catch a bullet on a day I don't expect it and my last thoughts are like, oh fuck, now? No shit. I had so much to do.
Yeah.
No, wait, I was gonna do that other thing. Fuck. You know, like, I mean, that's the thing. We're all in the Alien Legion, Chris.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Well, that's a good way to end our episode. Thank you for listening. We will be back next week, hopefully, with another episode about a comic that we haven't decided yet, but it'll be something that will be exciting.
Yep.
And thank you for listening, and we will see you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks everybody.